Welkom bij Snapchat.
Welkom bij Snapchange, Engine, Gearbox en Diff Exchange en Importers. Ons doen import engines, gearboxen, diffs en vele andere parten. Ons het ook een mechanical repair shop waar ons vooral specialiseren in Ford Rangers en enige andere modelkarren. Ja, zodat weet ons gerust as jy enig iets nodig het. Ons is ook van maandag tot vrijdag van 8 tot 6 en ons is ook op zaterdag tot 3 uur. En ons het 24-hour towing service recovery, zodat ons weet wat julle nodig het.
To come here to Weskus and see exactly the same thing. Motorsport alive in the Western Cape, utterly fantastic. So aan iedereen, elkeen van julle wat vandag die moeite gedoen het om deur te ry hiernatoe, al die mense wat by die huis vir ons gaan die wedrenne kyk van die huis af, baie dankie dat julle gelde betaal het and you guys make it possible for us to do what we're doing here at Weskus. Unfortunately, with the advent of COVID, we've lost a lot of people, friends, family, and people in motorsport. And unfortunately, today is another one of those days where we have to say goodbye to one of our own. And it's so, so sad because there's a lot of people that we've lost that have meant so much to motorsport. And at the end of the day, let's be honest, in oval racing, we are a family. Different affiliations, different circuits, but at the end of the day, we all see it the same. It goes about motorsport. FC, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Weskus, and hand over the proceedings to you.
Ja, baie dankie Gary. En ja, dit is so lekker so wat dit is om te sien dat die Weskus Ovalbaan vandag so gepak is hierso. Is dit hartseer om te weet dat ons is vandag hierso sonder een van ons geliefde vriende en Ovalbaan familielede vandag hierso. 'n Lid van Weskus Ovalbaan het die week baie skielik sy lewe afgestaan. En dit is vir ons baie hartseer om die Gavin familie vandag hier so te hê in hierdie omstandighede en Reinhard Gavin wat dan nou nie meer met ons is nie. Ons vra asseblief almal rondom die baan om asseblief regop te staan, julle keppies af te haal en dat ons die nodige eer en respek toon aan een van ons fallen friends, fallen family members hier by Weskus Ovalbaan, Reinhard Gavin. Baie dankie. Namens almal van Weskus Ovalbaan baie sterkte aan die Gavin familie in hierdie tyd. Kom ons maak vandag 'n spesiale dag vir hulle en vir Reinhard. En as almal in julle karre is en julle is gereed daarso, 1, 2, 3, Gary, help my uit hierso. Ladies and gentlemen,
start your engines! Welcome to the third round for 2023, right here from the Weskus Oval. Marius Jan van Rensburg doing duty as the COC today. To all of you sitting at home, ieder en elkeen van julle baie dankie vir die feit dat julle saam met ons is vandag hierso, dat julle julle gelde betaal het. Ons van asseblief mense, don't go and share out those links. Just pay for your own link and make sure that your family enjoys it in the comfort of your home and enjoy the racing here with us. Lots and lots of big names out there today. The likes of Dennis van Torde, Hanko Brandre, Neil Kuchlenberg. They all out there. Nicky Kuchlenberg as well. Wynand de Goede, he had a pretty good meeting last time out. Elton Steyn in the ASJ car. The likes of the Tigerberg Bulls, Ford entry of Ola Daniels. I see the 777 car back out there again. Nice to see that one. Skulk van der Westhuizen, and then also Mr. Miller himself. That's done brilliantly. We had him on the show on Tuesday night on the Second Gear Talk Show, and I must say Wynand Miller came across very well in that interview as well. So lots and lots of good car driver combinations out there. It's going to be very competitive out on circuit today. Nice to see that a lot of the lady racers have come through. A full complement of lady racers. Wilhelm Meyer in the value cars entry out there as well. The reigning class champion, Weska Bakwerker, and that's his Dane Prinsloo's dad that's busy riding with a car. Janay Esterhuizen going from strength to strength, just getting better and better. The snap change car of Alonso Picard, Sassy Lassie, brilliant to have her back out on circuit again. Fani van der Merwe with the rebuild car. Nice to have Fani with the rebuild car out there. And it's good day, gentlemen. All the frequent flyers on the back of the bucky. Folks, the guys on the back of the bucky, that is in fact all the midget drivers, the likes of Skulk Swart, multiple champion, Vessel Rabe, Anton Lloyd, Boertes is there with them as well. It's an amazing load of guys on the back of that bucky. The number of titles and talent that there is unsurpassed anywhere else in South Africa. So great to have them out there as well. I do believe that Pierre Kotze will be riding with the Tigerberg Pools car of Jan Mostert. I don't see the car out on circuit, but I'm pretty sure that it is going to be according to the paperwork. Denrich van Torden will hold car for the people. Chris van der Westhuizen, one of the fastest Fords in the heavy metal class that you're going to come across anywhere. The Giovanni diesel car working its way around. Tian Low in the 777 racing car. Well. Oh, Jean Verweijms in the car today as well. Frikkie Marais in the Italian Tractors car. Nice to have him out there. Tashes van Tonder in the very quick Audi. I'm sure that that's going to be a goodie, and look forward to seeing that. Reino Kutzer, for a change, going to be driving with his own car. Reino Kutzer, one of the top rugby players from Weskus Oval. Sandra Becker, super duper quick out there. Quentin Fenter out on circuit as well. Auntie Poppy with a whole load full of people inside the motor car. Jared Alexander in there as well. Jared saying he's not going to race today. He'll do this one with Auntie Poppy, be of assistance to her. Hello, Francois Boertes. That was Francois Boertes that you heard there in the background. Daniel Kuchlenberg in the pick and pay car. Wilhelm Meyer getting ready to go into war with that motor car. One of the guys with massive amounts of titles, Tian Low in the 777. Nice to see Tian Low out on circuit as well. So the lady I can't get on the Second Gear Talk Show, Alonso Picard, yes, Missy, I see you there. Trying to get Alonso Sassy Lassie onto the Second Gear Talk Show. She says, no, not yet. It's not for her. She likes to show what she's capable of, rather behind the steering wheel than being behind the camera. That's quite understandable. Nice to see that Jean Verwey is in the car again, Haven't seen him out on track for a while. DSV Logistics Camry. Abdul Qadir Dalvai, one of the quickest out there. And, well, when the 1660s come out, you better believe that's going to be one of the quickest car driver combinations that's going to be out there on circuit. So big thanks to all our sponsors. The rookies sponsored by LB Construction, the pink stocks by LG Towing, Value Cars for the stock rods, Weskus Ovaltrack for the hot rods, VRT for the 1660s, the 2.1s, Tigerberg Pools, Jan Mostert. So a lot of people have been asking, why is Jan not racing? Jan's got an arm injury, an elbow injury as such, and is out of racing for a little bit. He won't be able to race for a while, and we hope to get him back in the latter part of the season. Midgets, Brits Construction, Heavy Metals, DSV Couriers, and Be Insured for the V8s and the AMSs. That's our class sponsors. And then also big thanks to Koos Surveyors from Snap Change, and then Jean Meyer from N2 Towing Workshops and Panel Shop. They help to make the live streaming possible for us. And Corné van die Kerk, it's great to have Corné with us. He got very involved with doing live shows and he's been traveling around the country, but coming back to his passion of doing oval track racing. That's the main thing. And Corné, lekker on jou saam met ons there. I'm sure you're going to pick up all those lovely shots as well of all the action. So a big thanks to Corné for coming down and getting all the action to the folks that are out there at home. So vir al die mense wat by die huis is, goeiemiddag, goeienaand aan julle, ieder en elkeen in Cape Town, throughout South Africa, and in fact worldwide. A lot of our races are in fact back in America again. And yeah, the guys are always watching. Gavin Fleming and Jared Alexander, Albie Alexander, Pacey Valentine, all of these guys, they're regular watchers. And yeah, once they go back, that's the only way that they can actually get to keep up to date with what's happening in oval track racing in South Africa. So the first class out there is Peter de Grancy, Sebastian Meyer-Idrix, Janne Esterhuizen, and Bram Bosman. The 104 being Bram Bosman. That's right at the back here. Barcy on the front row on the outside. Sebastian Meyer-Idrix, otherwise known as Barcy. The 777, Peter de Grancy Jr. That's going to be in pole position. How do you beat that young lad when he pulls away in pole position? Well, if anybody can, the sensation recently in rookies has been Janne Esterhuizen. And sure, I'll tell you what, Janne has become blindingly quick out there on circuit. And the LG Towing entry, I think, is going to have quite a hard time staying up front, because if Janne feels comfortable in that car, look, it's very wet at the moment, so there's not a lot of grip out there. We'll see how she's going to take to that one, but if she feels nice and comfortable, believe you me, she will be quite capable of putting the pressure on Peter de Grancy Jr. A big thanks to LB Construction, the class sponsor, Pro Skills, the sponsor of turn number 1, the way these cars is going around, and the Tigerberg Pools, the sponsor of the pit corner. And then all the other names that you see on the wall, Marino, Snap Change, Value Cars, Coastal, not sure, can't see if it's Coastal something. I'll try and pick it up just now when the eyes is a bit clearer. Hyundai Friedenberg, DSV, Tigerberg Pools, as we said, Hyundai Friedenberg, VRT Houtwerke, West Coast Service Center, AA Works, Wingfield Motors, Brits Construction, Cosmos Plant Hire, see Snap Change on the far side, and Most Wanted Dyno Tuning. Goodwood Used Motor Spares, Paintsmiths, Brook Crane, all of these people, Elsu, Westercore Engineering, Ons sê vir al die mense baie baie dankie. Julle maak dit moontlik dat ons die sport kan geniet. I think that's Dion Carstens on the far side, the 21 car. Yeah, four-wheeler turned into a three-wheeler with no front bumper anymore. Not a nice way to start the event, but let's hope they can get that one sorted out and get Dion Carstens out for the first heat with the heavy metals. So those of you that weren't able to get down to Killarney today, believe you me, it was pre-COVID-19 kind of attendance. The Kazoo embankment was utterly packed. Grandstand was looking brilliant. People right around the circuit. And Polo Cup, utterly amazing. Giordano Lupini, fastest man out there for the qualifying for the Super Bowl, wins heat number 1. Only one lap in heat number 2 that he did not lead the pack out. And he picked up 2 wins. Global Touring Cars was very, very tight. There's only 5 of them out there, dropped down to 4 with 1 car going off, but the front 4 very, very close. The Super Polos was utterly amazing. Frankie Yennis lost his voice halfway through round number 2 with that lot. It was really great. And obviously the Formula 4s and Formula 1600s, it was the likes of Troy Dolanchik that came from 11th position to win heat number 1. And then got himself up into a 3rd. A very nice run by Jason Kutsia there as well. So some brilliant racing that we had down at Killarney International, and just missed out on the last 2 races of the day to be able to be here in time, but that's fine. Don't want to miss out on our favorite circuit here, Klein Plasie Mega. So the LG Towing car leads them around. The young lad, Peter Lecrancy, he'll fancy himself to do a win out of this one. The AA works, Bucky, if you guys can please move backwards so the clerk of the course can see, and then point directly towards the clerk of the course. It's only the width of your Bucky. Fantastic, sir, just like you are. Hello, hello, as you were was fine, but that's fine. You can move towards the infield. So here we go. First race of the day off the line. They come, and it's Meyer Diedrich. Sebastian does a brilliant start off the line. Can he hold on to it? You know, yesterday's whole visor is covered in mud. Lecrancy tries to have a look around the outside, but Yane has got that inside line. If she can just get the mud off the visor, she can see where she's going. Sebastian Meyer-Idrix gets it once again completely sideways. Picked it up first time around. Around the outside goes Lecrancy. Lecrancy will take the lead, drops it down into the dip as they go towards the Tigerberg Pools corner. Runs it very wide. The car just does not want to turn. Meyer-Idrix going to turn himself inside out. That brings the Lady Racer up into that 2nd position. Peter Lecrancy is going to have to be very careful with that accelerator. It's wheel spinning very heavily as it comes past us. The 104 of Bram Bosman in that 3rd position. Also battling to get that one going is Meyer-Idrix. And it looks like that might bring out, yep, the full course yellow comes out. Full course yellow, Mr. Marshall. Full course yellow, Mr. Marshall. That's red and yellow, but it's fine. It's close. It's halfway there, I suppose. Let's just slow it all down. Peter Lecrancy, young lad, but he knows he's racing. He knows he's racing very, very well. Once around, yep. Shows the clerk of the course. Do I go once around? And he says yes. Jenay cannot see anything. She's taken the visor off. Peter de Grancy can't see anything. He's taken the visor off as well. So Jenay is now going to have to be very careful when she comes off the line to ensure she doesn't end up directly behind the 777 LG towing car, because then she's going to get mud in her eyes and she's not going to be able to complete the race at all. You can see if we can get Barcy going. The cause for the yellow flag. So if we can get that car going again, we will restart at the tail end of the field. LB Construction, rookie class, 4 of them out there on a regular basis. Peter de Grancy, eyes on the mirror, eyes on the COC. Make sure he keeps it going, just pulls on the gloves. So, Jenay Esterhuizen can't see anything. She's actually got a tear off, which is now just taken off. And even with the tear off coming off, she says, nope, I can't see anything through this thing. Maybe we must use the red flag and just go down to them and just like wipe the visors. Don't you think it might be safer to actually just help them to clear their visors quickly? I think that would be a nice gesture, because I can see Jenay can see very, very little. Oh, doesn't look much better for Brahm either. Oh, there we go. How's that? A Kleenex for you, young man? Lovely stuff. A quick shine and polish. He says, yep, my dad says, thanks very much. Jenay says, it's all good. I've taken off the tear off, so that one's good. Brahm says, I'm good as well. He's got one of those tokies that you pull. The other thing is you've got to ensure that you don't get too much mud on the grill and the radiator, because that can then create overheating as well. So just something else to keep in mind for the youngsters. Don't rev it too hard. Jenay trying to get the mud off the gloves. She gets the mud off the gloves and she puts her hands on the steering wheel, and that's covered in mud, so she wipes that off. We can just get the Barcy Meyer Idrix car away from the Tigerberg Pools gate. Taking a long time to get that one sorted out. 2 heats in the final. Pole, it's a pole draw, then pole invert, and then highest points at the front, the lowest points at the back going into the final. Add all the points together, and that determines first, second, and third overall. That'll be now lovely reconstructed clubhouse with a roof on both sides, and that'll be starting a half an hour after the final race is completed and the points are actually signed off. Taking very, very long to get the Barcy car sorted out. Jenay Esterhuizen saying, come on, let's get this one going. Looks like they're going to take that car back to the pit area. All right, so for the drivers in the pit area, I'm sure they noted that one where that Barcy car was, is very, very, very soft. Doesn't matter what you're driving. If you go in there, you're not coming out under your own steam. So definitely a place not to go during the course of tonight's racing. The white flag comes out, and there'll be one lap, and then we'll go racing. LB Construction, rookie class. Can we move the breakdown further away from the track, please? To the center of the circuit, line it up towards the clock of the course so it doesn't take away our view. Can we get that bucky moved quicker, please? Thank you very much. Right, off the line they come, and Janaeus Rezen immediately moves towards the outside line. But it's going to be Peter Grossi that goes across the line straight away. Literally not even halfway down the straight, and Janae has to take the first of those tear-offs off. I don't know how many more she's got. I think that might be the last one that she's taken off. So you might find she gets pretty keen in the not-too-distant future to either get past or drop back. Because with a good couple of laps to go, still 3 more laps to go. Oopsie, and Peter Grossi runs it wide. And Janae goes and has a swim in the Tigerberg Pools corner. Who's going to be able to come out in front? Will it be Bosman? No, but it's not going to be Bosman. It's Janne Esterhuizen that comes up front. So just 2 laps to go. Can Peter Grossi go from the tail end of the field? You'll be a bit nervous with that one now. And you'll just be wondering, man, why did this thing do this? My dad said it wouldn't do it. Well, it did do it. Oh, Janne right up against the wall. Bosman is starting to think it's a possibility for himself to get a win out of this one. Janne Esterhuizen not phased by that whatsoever. Gets the tail end out and wagging nice and neatly, and starts getting the power in. Oh, gets it very, very sideways. And that's going to go too far, and that's going to turn her around. Peter Grossi goes through. He says, I made a mistake, so now it's your chance to make the mistake. So Janne Esterhuizen will turn that one around, and this might be a maiden victory for Bosman. Brian Bosman in the 104. Can he hold it all together? Here comes Peter Grossi. Peter Grossi Jr. says, I'm accustomed to winning races. I'm not going to give this one away. But that corner, yeah, it's made him a little bit nervous, that corner, the entry. It's going to be Bram Bosman that's going to pick up the white flag. Oopsie, Peter Grossi runs it towards the wall once again. Bram Bosman in the 104. Boland Tire Works that's leading it out very, very neatly. He's just got to keep it all nice and smooth, and he'll pick up a victory. Janne Esterhuizen, no more tear-offs whatsoever. It's just taken it off, and yep, she's got the visor right down. She just have to get around the track one more time. Brian Bosman, there's only 3 of them out there, but a win is a win is a win. Doesn't matter which way you do it. A maiden victory. Make him feel great as he comes around. The young lad doing a lovely job, taking away his first race victory from young Peter Grossi. Peter Grossi making that one error that cost him pretty badly. And you know, Esterhuizen almost had it as well. It just got away from her a little bit, and it takes her down into that 3rd position. So that wraps up the first race of the day. LB Construction Rookies. Let's hope that we get Sebastian Meyer-Idrich's car back together. And out of the Tigerberg Pools swimming pool. It's almost a mud bath down that side. Get that one sorted out and out for heat number 2. Next up on circuit is the heavy metals. DSV Courier sponsored heavy metal class. 11 entries that we have for this one. And for a change, Reino Kurzer coming out in his own car. Alton Stein, the ASJ entry. And then the 5 car, that is Giant Killer. That's now in a different class. And Hankook Brandt, sorry, it's a number 6 of Hankook Brandt. Right, so let's get them off the line. He spoke to Hankook Brandt before the time. The clerk of the course said to him, when you come around, just indicate to me if you can see right with the setting sun. He says it's quite fun. Look at that, the Italian tractor's car of Frikkie Mire just turns itself around at very slow speed. So a lot of water that's been put down on the circuit, but this will probably play out into awesome shape. as they work their way around. There's no ways that Frikkie Marais is going to catch up in time, so the full course yellows come out right around the circuit. The 911 of Willie Duplessis at the front. Elton Steyn and Marco Retta behind that. 41 on the outside is Reino Kurze. Hancock Brunt. The snap change 6 car of Hancock Brunt. I was talking to Anita Maton earlier on today. She says they literally had to do a complete rebuild on that motor of Hancock Brunt, and working later into the evenings at snap change to get that one sorted out. And I don't know if they've actually had a chance to run that motor in. I would expect they would have stuck it on the dyno probably and run it over there. But let's hope that they've got it all sorted out. Joining me here, the man from Tigerberg Pools, Jan Mostert. Jan, for the first time in your life, you're going to do some commentary. Take them off the line, the heavy metals.
Yeah, off they take now, and it is number 911. And he's taking the lead. And going through the corner right now. A little bit slippery down there. And who's going to take the lead after that? Frikkie for Marais. Looks like, no, it's Brennan Green in a wall over there. But he's on his way again, right? And Duplessis in front here, but he's got the yellow flag at the moment. Slow down, guys, slow down. Yeah, quite slippery track over here now, and the guys will have to adjust right into the wall here for a practice run. Quite nice.
I told you I was going to get you somewhere along the line, and I got my perfect chance today. That was the voice of Mr. Tigerberg Pools, Jan Mostert. And Jan, in terms of your injury, when are you hoping to be back out on circuit again?
Hopefully it will be by the next race. It won't be in my car, it will be in a different car. To tell to everybody right now, my car is sold. And the next race I'll most probably drive with Festus Lindstrom's car.
Oh, okay. The latest information from Tigerberg Pools. Hectic stuck. So Willie Duplessis in the 911, the Chrome IT Malmesbury Auto Body Repair Centre sponsored car. The ASJ car of Elton Steyn. Yo, that car is covered in mud. That car prepared by Nian de Toy at the NDT stable down at Killarney International Raceway. The 47 of Kwesi Veyes. You can barely see the number on that motor car directly behind him. The 6 car, and that's also a snap change car. That one also repaired by Kwesi Veyes himself. Then in behind that is Frikkie Marais. Yeah, we'll wait until the rest come a bit closer. They're so covered in mud, you can't see much. So the Progress Precision car of Marco Retta getting dragged off to the infield. Willie Duplessis with Reino Kurze alongside one another on the front row of the grid. Frikkie Marais on the outside of the ASJ entry of Elton Steyn. Then it's Hancock Brunt that goes into the third row on the inside. We'll just check who's going to be alongside that. I would tend to think it'll be Kwesi Veyes. Kwesi Veyes asking for a lappy, if we can just get a cloth down there and just check if any of the other drivers are in the same or similar situation. It looks like Frikkie Marais in the Italian Tractors car also has got very little vision to be able to see. Maybe we can just run down the pack and make it possible for the guys to have slightly better vision. So the easy way is to stay at the front. Elton Stein's worked that one out because he looks like a Martian at this stage of the fight. There's just a little strip that he can see through, and that's it. I think if FC Nieuwoud, if you can get a photo of Elton Stein, I think it'll make a classic. There's no business like show business. Right, so Willie du Plessis from Reino Koetser, Elton Stein from Frikkie Marais, Hankoch Brandt from Jimmy Green, Kwesi Weyers from Driekus van Dijk, and then I do believe the last one that is out there, I don't know, Siebert Neertling, 59? Yeah, that must be Siebert. Hello, Siebert. How's it, bud? Siebert Neertling, that's out there, covered in mud as well. Hankoch Brandt, I think, is going to come across to alongside Elton Stein. Jimmy Green was pretty convinced that that was the car that was. It's number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he was in 6th, but with the marker. Marco, can you fix it? Are you in with a chance? Oh, lovely stuff. Progress Precision Engineering. Marco Reta gives the thumbs up. He says, do not worry. I know where to wash the mud off, and I know where to get it sorted out. So we'll get him back out on circuit again. Oh, Kwesi Weyers' car utterly covered in mud. You can barely see the number on the motor car. Luckily, it's the only BMW that's completely plain white at the back, so if we don't pick him up on the way coming towards us, we're picking him up going away from us. The 41 car, second row on the inside. He hasn't driven the car much himself. Reino Koetser, the star rugby player of Weskus Oval with the Cape Town Tens. He played a brilliant game of rugby and he was man of the series. Finds himself in behind Willie du Plessis. Off the line they come. Willie du Plessis is going to lead them out pretty neatly. Oh, they're doing a bit of rubbing and racing. Italian tractor score, Frikkie Marais on that outside line. He gets it completely sideways. Exactly the same as what happened on the previous lap. And unfortunately gets knocked by Jimmy Green and then also by Hankoch Brandt. It was pretty light knocks. I don't know if the Italian tractor score, Frikkie Marais, is going to be all right. That left-hand back corner looks a little bit low. The full course yellows have come out. Willie du Plessis will say, geez, the last thing that I need right now is the only man with a clean motor car. Kwesi Weyers covered in mud. Elton Stein also covered in mud, and it's been decided to send them back to the pits. Driekus van Dijk says, thank heavens for that. He's running out of cloths inside the motor car. The front bumper hanging on the Reino Koetser car. Siebert Neertling says, that's fine. So we'll get them all back to the pits. We can open up the pit gate, please. Markie Kuiper, hek oop asseblief. Unfortunately, we don't have radios today, so it's going to be lots of flapping the flippers from this side and trying to indicate to the gate marshal exactly how it works. It looks like we've got the Italian tractor's car, Frikkie Marais, going again. So that was the first round of battle for the DSV Couriers Heavy Metals. The decision being made by the clerk of the course, we're going to get the hot rods out, let them circle for 5 laps, just to get rid of the worst of the wet and the loose up top, and then we will continue with the hot rods.
change.
Welkom by Snap Change, Engine, Gearbox en Diff Exchange en Importers. Ons doen import engines, gearboxe, diffs en vele ander parte. Ons het ook 'n mechanical repair shop waar ons veral spesialiseer in Ford Rangers en enige ander modelkarre. Ja, so laat weet ons gerus as jy enigiets nodig het. Ons is oop van Maandag tot Vrydag van 8 tot 6 en ons is oop op Saterdag tot 3 uur. En ons het 24-hour towing service recovery, so laat ons weet wat julle nodig het.
Right, here we go with the Tassus van Tonder Junior car with Mario Verwey alongside him. Christian Muller in the Deals for Wheels car, the 25. They work their way up towards the line and off the line they come. Very difficult to get the hammer down with Nicky Kukelenberg. That's just ahead of Tian Kuti as they go down to turn number 1. Tian Kuti holding on to the tail end of the field. Wow, Mario Verwey's lost nothing. Mario Verwey down the back main. Nicky Kukelenberg closes up on Tassus van Tonder Jr. Into the Tigerberg Pools corner they go. Giving a bit of a push there on the back of Tassus van Tonder, and in fact pushing him off his line. And having a look up now on the inside line, the 62 of Nicky Kukelenberg goes to the front end of the field. Mario Verwey in that second, then it's Tassus van Tonder the third. Oh, Nicky has definitely got a whole heap more grip down there than what anybody else has got right now. Mario Verwey with the first time he's out with that motor car, completely different car driver combination. But when he sold his 2.1, he was the reigning 2.1 modified saloon champion. Christian Muller in the 70 car finds himself in that third place. He's got Tassus van Tonder Jr. that's in there. Tassus has a look up on the inside of Christian Muller. Side by side they go. He finds just a little bit more grip than Christian Muller and moves up that one position, the 25 that's behind him. That's Tian Kuti. Tian Kuti having a pretty decent drive with the black car coming past the start-finish line now. Just battling to try and get the power down, but Nicky Kuchenberg has just up-dusted and disappeared and driven away. Gabi Gelderblom really battling, and he's got himself on the outside of the circuit. And he'll be aware that Nicky Kuchenberg will be coming out. Nicky Kuchenberg got himself a decent gap from Mario Verwey. Running very wide is Tashius Jr. He just nibbles the wall. No damage done there. Luckily, the wing is not wider than the car. Otherwise, that would have touched the wall. So Nicky Kuchenberg worked his way past Gabi Gelderblom. 3 laps to go as they come around. Nicky Kuchenberg, somebody forgot to tell him that there's a grip out there because he's just up, dusted and disappeared. Mario's lost nothing of what he had in the 18 car. The deals for wheel entry just ahead of the 70 of Christian Muller. Tiaan Kute in the 25, really battling to get that power down. Nicky Kuchenberg, the full length of a straight ahead of everybody else. Just 2 more laps to go for Nicky Kuchenberg. Gabi Gelderblom in the 7 car, starting to get a little bit more accustomed to the surface and the car that he's driving as well. I must say the car of Mario Verwey sounding very, very nice. They spent every night this week in the Chris Viljoen workshop working on that motor car. The white flag comes out for the pick-and-pay Fiesta of Nicky Kuchenberg. Mario Verwey in that 2nd position, just ahead of Christian Muller, ahead of Tashius van Tonder. I don't think Tashius can see that much. He's actually holding his hand up to try and stop the flow of mud onto the visor, as he can't see very much. Nicky Kuchenberg will take away the win. He'll win the first of the hot rod races for today. Hot rods sponsored by Weskus Ovaltrack. Mario Verwey comes through in that 2nd position from Muller, and then Van Tonder comes through behind that, and then the 25 of Tiaan Kute coming through behind that. Round number 1 of the hot rods, and that's sponsored by none other than Weskus Ovaltrack. All right, the clerk of the course says we need to make a decision as to how we're going to make this track completely drivable and doable for everybody. So what they've decided is they're going to open up the pit gate. They're going to get as many cars out on circuit as possible, get them all to circulate around, and then compact the surface as best they possibly can, and then carry on with the racing thereafter. So I think that's the only way that they're going to get this one sorted out. So they get that gate open. I think if one of the officials can go down to the ladies and just let them know exactly what is happening. They standing on the grid are thinking that they're going to be going into a race. So we'll just let the ladies know exactly how it's going to work. So we're just waiting to get the rest of the cars out. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to move the pink stock ladies onto the infield. Remember, they fueled up and pressured up to be able to go a full race length, plus a little bit. If we use these cars to do compaction on the circuit, some of them might end up running out of fuel in their actual race because they won't then have an opportunity to go back to the pits to go put more fuel in. So call to the pits, anybody and everybody that we can get out of the pits that can come and circulate, not spin it up, circulate around the track, that we can get a bit more compaction, and then we can carry on with safer racing from there. So, music maestro, Let's see if we can come back to you in about 10 minutes or so from now with a somewhat better compacted circuit, and then we can get down to competitive racing.
If
Right, here we go with the midgets. So it was decided to send the ladies back and bring out the midgets. Decision was made that the midgets is the best type of vehicle of what we've got to be able to try and stabilize the circuit. Then we're going to bring out the 2.1s. Then we'll have the rerun of the heavy metals. And then directly after the rerun of the heavy metals, we'll be going back to the ladies that were out there on circuit. Brits Construction midgets out on circuit. That inside line, it's going to be very, very quick. The 25 of Francois Bottas. The 72 of Cameron Neethling. Oh, and then Anton Lloyd in there behind that. That's going to be blindingly quick. But don't count out Skull Swat coming off the back end of the pack. He's also a multiple champion. In there behind Vessel Rabe in the 18. And then at the front, on the outside, Emile Guillemets back in Ovaltrack in the 55. Francois Bottas coming off the front end of the pack where there's not a lot of grip. Not impossible that he can take it from flag to flag. But look what he's got alongside him and look what he's got behind him. Cameron Neethling alongside Vessel Rabe. Can they get the power down? The same way that Francois Bottas will get the power down. We're about to see Francois Bottas off the line. Cameron Neethling's right in there behind them. Oh, the two of them trying one another. Skulk Swat and Vessel Rabe, they touched one another as they went down to turn number 1. Vessel Rabe coming off the tail end of the field is going around the outside of Guillemets. In front of that is Skulk Swat. In front of that is Anton Lloyd. Oh, Anton Lloyd runs wide. Skulk Swat's got the red mist down. He's up into that 3rd position. Francois Bottas from Cameron Neethling. Skulk Swat, Anton Lloyd, Vessel Rabe, Emile Guillemets. As I said, I wouldn't be overly surprised if Francois Bottas can do it. A little bit less power, where there's not that much grip, is sometimes an easier car to drive. Francois Bottas from Cameron Neethling. The red mist down there for Chucky. He's doing a brilliant job. He's in fact catching them pretty quickly after that initial contact that he had with Vessel Rabe. Vessel Rabe's car is not handling properly. He's not going anywhere fast. He can't catch up to Anton Lloyd. Francois Bottas, Cameron Neethling, Skulk Swat, Anton Lloyd, Vessel Rabe. That's the way the front 5 pan out. 5 laps to go. Emile Guillemets dropping a little bit further back in the 8 sponsored car. In that a 6th position. Francois Bottas with 4 to go. Is this going to be a maiden victory for Francois Bottas? I would not be surprised whatsoever. Vessel Rabe, why is that car not ending? Not too sure. He's really battling to get the power down with that motor car. Not 100% comfortable with it. Back to the front end of the field. Cameron Neethling slowly but surely closing down. 3 to go. 3 to go on Francois. Francois Bottas still leading them out very, very nicely. A slightly distant, but what a lovely pace there for Chucky. In that a 3rd position, holding sway ahead of Anton Lloyd, who is just ahead of Vessel Rabe. 2 to go. I think my prediction might just come through. Francois Bottas with a slightly less power, finding it easier to get that car around the island than the rest of the highly powered cars that's out there. Next time they come around will be 1 lap to go. The white flag comes out. Cameron Neethling, can he make a plan this race in the race, even though they come up behind Guillemets? Going to have to go around the outside of Guillemets, and I do believe that Francois Bottas has got it. Guillemets is creating a bit of chaos there as they come towards the line. It's Francois Bottas. Cameron Neethling will come through in 2nd. Vessel Rabe in 3rd. Skulk Swat in 4th. Anton Lloyd comes through in 5th, and then Guillemets coming through in a 6th position. Guillemets being caught right there on the last, pretty much on the last corner, in fact. And I do believe that that is a maiden victory for Francois Bottas. Remember what I said before this race started, a little bit less power. Sometimes it's the way to go. Is it your first time? Yep, he says it is the first time that he's picked up a win on that motor car on this circuit. A maiden victory there for Francois Bottas. Tiger McBull's 2.1 modified saloons. Ola Daniels, the man that comes out with a Tiger McBull's forward entry on the front row of the grid. Then it's Wynand de Goede in the 100. In behind that is Mr. Meyer, the Palm Tires stall at the 535. Coming up onto the front row of the grid with the 63 cars, Raniel Kuchelenberg, CJ Mostert going from strength to strength, just getting better and better. Race meeting for race meeting is CJ Mostert. In there behind him, Brennan Green, Weskus Bakwerker. Behind that is multiple South African champion JP Jr. On the inside of him is Tertius de Kok. Let's see who else comes through behind that. The 24 car is Pierre Kotze. So the purple and bright green, the Vamoose Racing colors, that's Pierre Kotze. Festus Lindstrom in the 57 coming off the tail end of the field. This is going to be good. Ola Daniels at the front end of the field. Raniel Kuchelenberg tries to go for the inside line. Wynand de Goede has got to close off as Meyer has a look up on that inside line. The 439 coming off the back of the pack. That's Brian Sinclair. Out into the back main they go. Look at that. Ola Daniels doing a brilliant job. It's Raniel Kuchelenberg. Wynand de Goede holding on to that third position. The Palm Tires starlet entry is going exceptionally well, meeting for meeting, and just getting better and better every time he goes out there. Peter Meyer in that third position, just ahead of the fourth. Brennan Green has a look up on the inside of JP Jr. Brennan Green rubbing wheel nuts there. JP Jr. backs out of that one. Brennan Green sticks it up on the inside of the Cock. He's going to go past the Cock as well. De Goede has got himself on that outside line, loses out. Now it's JP Jr. that works up one position. Raniel Kuchelenberg chasing down the man up front that started in P1 pole position. Ola Daniels. We've got tyre rubbing on the Pierre Kotze car. The left-hand back tyre is rubbing up against the bodywork. Let's hope that it doesn't cause a blowout for him and a non-finish. Ola Daniels leading out from Raniel Kuchelenberg. Then it is Peter Meyer. Behind the Peter Meyer coming through very, very sideways but hard on the gas is Brennan Green. Then it's de Goede. Then it's Duplessis. The next one coming through is Kotze. Then the 439 of Brian Sinclair coming through behind that. Still 9 laps to go. De Kok's gone off onto the infield. Ola Daniels still leads them out. Doing a lovely job is Ola Daniels trying to find the grip out there. Raniel Kuchelenberg staying right there with him. But the most interesting part right now is that it's becoming a four-way battle. It's definitely going to become a four-way battle if it carries on like this. Ola Daniels, if he doesn't make any mistakes, is going to bring Peter Meyer right into it. That will bring Brennan Green right into it as well. First, a second, a third, and fourth. JP Jr. doesn't have an answer for him at this stage of the fight. He comes through in fifth with Pierre Kotze directly behind that. Then it's Wynand de Goede is the next man. Then it is Brian Sinclair. And then the other one behind that, that is Festus Lindstrom. Not accustomed to seeing Festus Lindstrom that far back whatsoever. 7 laps to go. The front 4 remain exactly the same. JB Jr. Oh! Pierre Kotze right up against the wall, trying to hold that one together. Peter Meyer goes up into second position. A small mistake there by Reniel Kuchlenberg. Drops him down into that third position. Brendan Green is not getting any closer to the front from that fourth place. Ola Daniels doing it all right. He's doing it a magnificent job. He's watching the surface. Having a look up on the inside is Reniel Kuchlenberg. He took a much tighter line to get to where he is. Oh, they make a bit of contact. Peter Meyer and Brendan Green. Luckily, somehow going through there is a JP Jr. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Oh, that is quite a turn up for the books. Slow it all down, guys. Slow it all down. Very interesting to see how this one's going to play itself out. It's hope for Pierre Kotze that that tyre will hold. Ola Daniels coming off the front end of the grid and holding sway very neatly there ahead of Kuchlenberg in the Pick and Pay Fiesta. Once again, a very competitive drive by Peter Meyer. In fact, going past at one stage of the fight, Brendan Green to make up that position. And through no error by Brendan Green, but just brilliant driving. Somebody's been showed to the tail end of the field. All right, it looks like Brendan Green goes to the tail end of the field. Well, closer to the tail end of the field. The number's on the board. It's the 71. The 71 is in fact Brendan Green. So the full course yellow there being caused by, according to the clock of the course, Brendan Green, Ola Daniels, Reniel Kuchlenberg, Peter Meyer, JP Jr. So Brendan Green slows it all down. CJ Mostert will come past him, as will Festus Lindstrom. Green flag goes down. Can Ola Daniels keep it up? Can he stay ahead of Reniel Kuchlenberg? It's going to be a tall order because Reniel Kuchlenberg at some stages has been the fastest car driver combination. Peter Meyer in the best form of his life. Down the back main he goes. And once again, JB Jr. battling to get the power down. It's Pierre Kotze up on the inside of JB Jr. They run side by side for 4th and 5th position. They are starting to knock, bang, and hack one another. JB Jr. says, you're not going to bump me out of this one whatsoever. Reniel Kuchlenberg up on the inside of Ola Daniels. Ola gets good drive. Ola gets very good drive. Ola's going to be able to hold on to that front position. Yep, he gets it right. Pierre Kotze once again up on the inside of JB Jr. JB runs it just a bit wider to make sure they don't make any contact. It's Ola Daniels, it's Reniel Kuchlenberg, it's Peter Meyer, it's JB Jr. Then, Pierre Kotze gives him a bump from behind. Halfway up the front lane, Pierre Kotze says, you gotta get a go-go, boy. These guys in front are getting quick. There's just 3 more laps to go. Tiger Pools 2.1's heat number 1 for the 3rd race of 2023 down at Weskus Oval. To all of those of you watching at home, there's some brilliant racing. I'm sure you're getting some brilliant footage of these front 5, because that's pretty much where the action is. This action flip, bang into the wall. That is very, very hard. And that was the 439 of Brian Sinclair. He was trying to have a look around the outside, trying to make sure they don't make any contact, and unfortunately that meant that once he hit the loose, he was heading straight towards the scene of the accident, and massive contact with the wall, turned the car right around. I just hope that Sinclair is in fact okay inside the car. Yeah, he shows that he's all right inside the car. As always, our medical crew getting to us as quick as possible, just to make sure that everything's fine. But there's got to be a lot of damage on that motor car. Very heavy side impact. Brendan LaRue saying, just take your time, take your time, take your time. We've got extra Briarwood, we've got extra brine meat, we've got a bit of time. Just make sure you feel okay. Feels his neck at the back. Yeah, he says it's all good. All right, we just got some footage here. We can see what it looks like. Yeah, that was in fact Brendan Green going up on the inside, and the two of them were pretty much side by side as they came out of the corner. And Brendan Green coming up on the inside, just a light tip on the right-hand front corner, just changed the direction of that car slightly, and that caused that he went straight towards the wall. All right, they're just going to check the Pierre Kotze car. Your front, the front is very loose. They're going to have a look to see if they can take it off without breaking it. Otherwise, it's just going to end up riding over it and breaking it anyway. So we can get that one sorted out. All right, it's determined to be outside assistance if they do go and take it off. So, yep, it's one of those things. But with the experience of Pierre Kotze, he will be aware that that front bumper is a little bit loose. And if it does fold in underneath the car, hopefully it will not get entangled with the front wheels. It will go through underneath the car, but with his driving experience, he'll be aware of it. And if it starts coming off, he will then know how to react to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's only one of his problems. The other problem is on the left-hand back wheel where the bumper's actually touching up against the tire. And you can see the mark on the side of the tire. Let's hope that that tire holds up long enough to be able to get to the end of the race. Brian Sinclair with massive damage. Brian, are you okay? I don't suppose you can fix that tonight still. Okay, but next weekend, awesome stuff. It says next weekend you'll be good to go. That's probably down to Klein Plaasie Mega. They'll be racing there Friday and a Saturday night. The Wynland Championship, one of the oldest, longest standing title events in oval track racing in the history of South African oval track. And that'll be on Friday and a Saturday evening. 2 heats on Friday, 2 heats and a final on a Saturday. They'll ride the junior classes. Looks like Festus Lindstrom's got some steam coming out underneath the bonnet. In fact, there by the left-hand front wheel. So that car's definitely getting hot. The Festus Lindstrom car. Let's hope they can get that one sorted out and cool it down just a little bit. JP Jr. battling a little bit with the CND and Motormasters sponsored car. He's normally one of the quickest out there, but it's just not looking that great for him at the moment. Looks like Kuchelenberg needs a push to get that car started. We're going to need a couple more horsepower to get the Kuchelenberg car started. Or off onto the infield, one of the two. Festus Lindstrom slowly but surely works his way around, trying to bring that temperature down. So Ola Daniels from Peter Meyer, from JP Jr., from the Vermoes 24 car of Pierre Kotze. Brendan Green's already made up a good couple of positions. We've lost out on Sinclair, the 439 being taken off onto the infield. There'll be a lot of damage on this suspension of that motor car. CJ Mostert in the 331. Well, looks like there's a tyre touching up against the body on the Weskus Ovaltrack car of Brendan Green on the left-hand rear as well. The back of the car does look pretty low. I don't know if there's any suspension damage there that has created that scenario. But normally his cars are immaculately set up, so I would tend to think that there is some form of damage on that rear suspension that's creating a situation where the tyre is actually touching up against. But as he comes past, you have a look, you'll see the left-hand back of Brendan Green, the left rear tyre. You'll see it's got a shiny, broad, shiny stripe on it, and that's from where it's touching up against the bodywork. So just about good to go. It'll be 3 laps, and the green flag goes down. It's Ola Daniels once again going one-on-one with Kuchelenberg down into turn number 1. They go. The Pro Skills corner, Ola Daniels from Emil Kuchelenberg, Peter Meyer, then it's JP Jr., then it's Perry Kotze, then it is Festus Lindstrom, then it's Brendan Green, Perry Kotze right up against the wall, Brendan Green closing in under braking, runs it just a little bit wider. Ola Daniels is doing it all right, he's doing it all, JP Jr. gets it completely sideways, and well, I'm sure he's got damage on the right-hand front of that motor car. He and Perry Kotze making contact. Perry Kotze makes contact with Brendan Green. There's one more lap to go when they come around the grain. So lots and lots of damage on numerous different motor cars at this stage of the fight. Ola Daniels, can he hold out just one more lap? Just one more lap for Ola Daniels. I think he's going to be able to do it. Peter Meyer in the Scarlet in that 3rd position. Ola Daniels gets good drive coming out of the corner. I think he's got it. Ola Daniels will be super chuffed. The Tigerberg Pools entry of Ola Daniels back into motorsport after a long, long layoff. A man that works on golf courses during the day, works behind a steering wheel on a Saturday. Ola Daniels does a brilliant drive there. He wins that one. Emil Kuchelenberg in 2nd, Peter Meyer in 3rd, Brendan Green in 4th, Perry Kotze in 5th, Festus Lindstrom in 6th, JP Jr. in 7th, Wynand de Lange in 8th, and then CJ Mostert coming through behind that. FC Nivert, you okay? Almost thought you caught a light there, just see clouds of smoke. Right, so here we go, heavy metals back out on circuit. This is the rerun of race number 1 for the heavy metals, sponsored by DSV Couriers. Looks like a lot of water and soap has been used on numerous of these motor cars. The Altenstein car was almost unrecognizable at one stage of the fight, so they've obviously done a quick clean-up job, so that car looks a whole lot better. Kwesi Bayers' car, you can actually see the car again. That car was in very, very bad shape, and the whole side of the car was completely discolored. The 21 of Dean Carstens, in there behind him the 41 of Reino Kurzer, the ASJ Motors car of Elton Steyn, the snap change of Hancock Brunt, and it looks like Drickus van Dijk will be in there behind that. Then it will be the Chrome at Malmesbury and Auto Body Repair Centre 911 of Willie Duplessis, the Italian Tractors 700 car of Frikkie Marais, then 19 times a South African title holder in 19 different cars in over a period of 20 odd years. Kwesi Bayers in the 47 car, in there behind him will be the only 5 Series BMW out there. Coming once again off the tail end of the field, Siebert Nietlin. He was also out of the country for a period of time and decided to get rid of the workshop and go for a new beginning, a new start. He's back in South Africa, back in behind the racing steering wheel again, and smiling and loving it. So here we go. The 21's going to lead them out. Dion Carstens, he's got a bit of a gap at the front end of the field. Dion Carstens, wow, Du Plessis up against the wall. And in there behind that, the Italian tractors car, the two of them were straight away up against the wall. Quercy onto the back of Altenstein. That's in second and third position. Hancock Brandt working his way around the outside of the 41 car. And that in the hands of the owner itself, Reino Kutzer. Quercy once again deciding there's more than enough grip on that outside line. Altenstein going for the inside line, and he's got to stay there, because if he runs wide just once, believe you me, Quercy will stick the nose in, and that'll be the end of that. Altenstein from Quercy. Then it's Dion Carstens going around the outside of Dion Carstens. Was going to be Hancock Brandt. Quercy once again having a look up on the inside of Altenstein. Nothing much between the two of them. Quercy goes to the front end of the field. The ASJ car of Altenstein in second. Dion Carstens doing a lovely job holding out the likes of Hancock Brandt. Then the 41 in there behind that in the hands of Reino Kutzer. Reino Kutzer's got them packed and stacked. In fact, it's going to be a hard drive to stay where he is right now, because the 59 of Siebert Nietlug is right there behind him. Then the 911 of Willie Du Plessis. Then it's Drickers van Dijk. And then you still got ex-South African champion Frikkie Marais in the Italian tractors car. That's in there behind that as well. Still 7 more laps to go. The front end now getting pretty spread out. Hancock Brandt is covered in mud from the previous race. But, well, oh, that doesn't look very good. That's Siebert Nietlug that's blown a water hose on that motor car. You'll have to pull it off onto the infield. Probably a side effect of getting too much mud on the radiator from heat number 1, and that's just manifesting itself now further as he parks that car on the infield. Down into Pro Skills corner, Quercy almost a length of a straight ahead of ASJ of Altenstein. 5 to go as Quercy comes through. Right up against the wall is Quercy. Altenstein in the ASJ car in second. The snap change car of Hancock Brandt comes through. Then Dion Carstens still doing very well in that 4th position is Dion Carstens. Drickers van Dijk wanting to try and have a look to go around the outside of the 41. And Reino Kutzer having nothing of that. Reino Kutzer having a pretty decent drive out there. 4 more laps to go. The front guys have got a nice open gap between first and second, second and third, third and fourth. The battle going for 5th, 6th and 7th being Reino Kutzer, Drickers van Dijk and Willie Du Plessis as they go down towards the Tigerbird Pools corner. 3 more laps to go. Well, Quercy start to lap the back markers. Probably won't take too long, and he'll catch up to that back. But Reino Kutzer doing everything he needs to. Du Plessis comes up on the inside of Van Dijk. Van Dijk's got nowhere to go but to go just a little bit wider. The blue flag gets held out for them because Van Dijk touches up against the wall. Luckily, as he comes across, he just misses the tail end of the lead car, which is Quercy. Quercy going to try and have a look around the outside of all of them. Yep, he gets the drive. He goes around the outside of Reino Kutzer as well. So Quercy having lapped the last 3. The next time they come around, it will be for the last lap. The white flag comes out for the last lap. Second place, Altenstein in the ASJ car. Third place, Hancock Brandt. Oh, that motor sounds so nice. The snap change BMW. Then the 21 of Carstens, the last car on the lead lap. And he's done a pretty decent job up. Oh, Quercy all of a sudden. It looks like he's blowing a water hose as well on the Quercy car. And that made the surface pretty slippery. Altenstein comes through in second. Hancock Brandt comes through in third. Dion Carstens comes through in fourth, the last car on the lead lap. Then it's the 41 of Reino Kutzer from Du Plessis and then Van Dijk. So the Pink Stocks back out on circuit, their second attempt to have a race, and sponsored by LG Towing. The two value cars up front. It's going to make for some pretty interesting stuff. Do they protect and help one another? Who knows? Trishka Low and Desiree Laters Haman. In there behind that is Aniek van Eerden. And, well, she's had a couple of very good races here as well. She'll fancy trying to follow them through. But Sandra Becker is on the outside of her, and Sandra Becker is blindingly quick. Sandra Becker very, very quick off the line. Sassy Lassie in the snap change 8-ball car coming off the back end of the field. She's going to have to really go some if she wants to make sure that Desiree Laters Haman doesn't get away. And a Trishka Low as well. Sandra Becker, oh, that car is so quick in a straight line. Closing up 2-3 car lengths. Aniek van Eerden looking pretty decent right now. Our new lady racer there in the 5th. Well, we got a car in the wall on the far side. We got a car in the wall on. Is that Sassy Lassie? My goodness. Well, we were unsighted with that one. It was in behind the ambulance. Let's hope that that car is got all 4 wheels pointing in the right direction. It'll be a big disappointment for her. Looks to be all right. So she was second from the back of the pack. So if she goes to the back of the pack because of the fact that she caused the full course yellow, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, we're just going to look at the replay. She got the tail end hanging, touched up against the wall with the back end. That then pulled the nose towards the wall, so no contact with anybody else whatsoever. So she'll be able to recover the tail end of the field. So the 17 car at the front, that's Desiree Laters Haman. The 25 in there behind that of Trishka Low. Then it's Sandra Becker. In the GNR truck sponsored car, the Potenza Oil of Aniek van Eerden. The 19 of the newcomer Ilana Pretorius. The 29 of Amy Bezuidenhout. And then Sassy Lassie picks up the back end of the field in the 8-ball car. So Sandra Becker, 3rd position. Odds are the quickest car driver combination out there, but you can't count out Desiree Laters Haman whatsoever. And Trishka Low, the green flag's being ready. Green flag goes down the 2 value cars. Friedenberg at the front end of the field. Here comes Sandra Becker. Aniek van Eerden's looking quite confident as well. No doubt she's going to have a good run in there. The 19 of Ilana Pretorius in that 4th position. Will Ilana have upped the pace enough in only her 3rd, I think it's about a 3rd event, to be able to hold on to the front of the pack? It's looking pretty good for the ladies that started at the front end of the field. Desiree Laters Haman in the 17, leading them out very, very nicely. And at this stage of the fight, Sandra Becker doesn't have an answer for the 2 of them. They're looking very smooth and confident out there. Aniek van Eerden in that 4th position. Equidistant between them at this stage of the fight. As they came off the line, that is the way they are. 6 laps to go. The 17 car of Desiree Laters Haman from Trishka Low, Sandra Becker, Aniek van Eerden. Going around on the outside is Sassy Lassie in the snap change 8-ball car. Going past the 19 of Ilana Pretorius. The 29 not sounding that healthy. Amy Bezuidenhout's motor a little bit on the rough side, but I don't think she's pressing the accelerator all the way to the deck. Not feeling too comfortable with the way the car's going at the moment. Aniek van Eerden with a Potenza Oil car fighting with that steering wheel. There must be a bit of fluid that was dropped on the exit of the Tiger McBool's corner, because everybody's looking a little bit out of sorts as they come through that corner. Desiree Laters Haman leading them through from Trishka Low. Nothing much between the 2 of them. Value cars, Friedenberg and Rage Production stickers on that. Sandra Becker in the GNR trucks does not have an answer for them. Potenza Oil, Aniek van Eerden, Anti-Poppy in that 4th position. She's going to have to keep an eye on what's happening behind her, because Sassy Lassie is on the move. She's slowly but surely catching up from behind. Now they come up to the back marker, the 29 of Amy Bezuidenhout. Amy stays on her line. Now they've got to decide which way to go. Desiree Laters Haman goes around the outside. What do the rest of them do? Yep, they all decide to go straight around the outside, but that's brought Sander Becker just a little bit closer. Desiree Leiter-Zaman pulls away from Trishka though. 2 more laps to go in this, the ladies race. They came out onto the circuit a little bit earlier on. Circuit wasn't right. They were sent back to the pits, back out onto the circuit again. Aniek van Eerden being closed down by Alonso Picard. 2 more laps to go. Alonso Picard fancies getting up into a 4th position. Sandra Becker not in a position to take on the Friedenberg value cars. The 2 of them are running very neatly, 1st and 2nd. They came 1st and 2nd off the grid. Sandra Becker was the 2nd row on the outside. Down the back main, they're going to go now for the last time out of the Pro Skills corner. Desiree Leiter-Zaman from flag to flag. Led every single lap of this race, made virtually no errors whatsoever. Desiree Leiter-Zaman from Trishka Low. Sandra Becker, Aniek van Eerden on the line. Is she going to? Nope. It's going to be. She's going to drop 1 position down. Sassy Lassie went right around the outside and took that position away from Aniek van Eerden on the line. Ilana Pretorius comes through, and then 1 lap down was Amy Bezuidenhout. That was the Pink Stocks. Pink Stocks sponsored by LG Towing. VRT 1660s, and it's Wynand Muller that finds himself on the front row of the grid. One of my guests on Thursday night, in fact, normally on Tuesday night, the Seggear Talk Show, and Wynand on the Pro Skills Training Company number 4 car. In there behind him is the 165 of the original, can you believe it, Jean-Pierre Becker from many, many years back. Quinton Venter in the 77, Valella Meyer behind him, the 33 of Salim Delvay. That's the inside line as you saw them. So who do we have to keep an eye out here for? Undoubtedly Jockey Jr., if he was there. I don't see Jock Jr. out there. Abdul Kader Delvay, definitely. Salim Delvay, definitely. Wynand Muller coming off pole, definitely. Valella Meyer, if nothing goes wrong, definitely. Skalk van der Westhuizen, all day, any time. He can take on anybody. Salim Delvay coming off the tail end of the field, going to be very difficult. Quinton Venter, 3rd row on the inside. In behind Jean-Pierre Becker. Off the line they come. Wow, the 2-3 down into turn number 1. He gets the whole shot. That is Johan Smit. Now remember, Johan Smit at the last event was very, very quick. Was Johan Smit. Look at that. Up, dust and disappears. Got Wynand Muller in that 2nd position. It's Abdul Kader Delvay that makes up 1 position. He brings with him Quinton Venter. Then, well, there's definitely something wrong with the Van der Westhuizen car. The Van der Westhuizen Pro Skills cars drops a long, long way down. Finds himself 2nd off the tail end of the field. Just Jacques Petersen, the only other car that's in there behind him. So, look at that. Abdul Kader Delvay already up into that 3rd position, but to catch Wynand Muller is not going to be easy. And he's got the hard-charging Quinton Venter in there behind him. Having a pretty good run at the front is Johan Smit, screaming that motor as he comes past us. Salim Delvay trying to get around JP Becker. He's going to have to make a plan pretty quickly. 8 laps left in this one. The pressure's on at the front. Oh, Abdul Kader Delvay up against the wall. That's all you need for Quinton Venter to dive up and make up 1 position from Abdul Kader Delvay. The front 2 touch. That slows the 2 of them down. That brings Quinton Venter even closer. Quinton Venter having a run for that outside line. Quinton Venter is the man on the move right now. Smith holding out from Miller. Smith runs wide. Miller pops up on the inside. He's going to go to the front end of the field. Miller going to go for the front end of the field, and he makes it stick. Quinton Venter's right in there. Meyer is trying to have a look up on the inside of Abdelkader Del Valle. The five of them pretty close to one another. Smith is going to lose out to Quinton Venter. Quinton Venter in that second position. He's made his way through pretty quickly. He's got his way now past Smith up into that second place. Can Wynand Miller hold on to this one? 6 laps. Quinton Venter pretty much the quickest of the rest out there. Abdelkader Del Valle only goes as far as 4th position so far. Well, Meyer wanting to go a little bit of a longer way around to see if he can maybe make a plan to get some extra grip. He does exactly that. Does everything he needs to do to make sure he doesn't make any contact with Abdelkader Del Valle, just ahead of JP Becker, just ahead of Salim Del Valle, just ahead of Van der Westhuizen, who finds himself at the back of that pack. Wynand Miller from Quinton Venter. The two of them have got a bit of space now. Smith in the 2-2-3. He's doing a brilliant job. Johan Smith, pretty much a new kid on the block. Car driver combination, very smooth, very quick. Bulala Meyer puffing a little bit of smoke. Has a look up, under braking on the outside, going into Tiger McPool's corner, backs out of it. Going to try and do the comeback. Father and son going one-on-one just behind that. Salim Del Valle on the inside of Abdelkader Del Valle. Abdelkader not going to give that position away that easily. Salim climbs on the brakes, trying to make sure they don't make contact. That brings Van der Westhuizen up on the inside of Abdelkader Del Valle. We're not accustomed to seeing Abdelkader dropping positions and or so far down the field. So that car definitely not doing what it normally does for Abdelkader Del Valle. I think you might have a flat left-hand front. Yep, it looks like a flat left-hand front tire for Abdelkader Del Valle. If it's not completely flat, it's very, very close. It's got a beadlock rim on, but it looks like that tire is going down. Wynand Miller, having made his TV debut on a Thursday night, still ahead of Quinton Venter, but arriving is racing going on behind that. Smith getting a little nudge there from Meyer. Salim Del Valle getting closer. He brings with him Van der Westhuizen through the Pro Skills corner. They go. The four of them. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th out into the back main. The white flag being ready for Wynand Miller. He must not make mistakes at this point. He's got to keep it all together. Wynand Miller from Quinton Venter. This could be a debut victory for this man. I don't believe Wynand Miller has won a race here yet. In fact, I don't believe that Wynand Miller has had a victory. A checkered flag. First time out. It looks like tonight's the night. Tonight is the night for Wynand Miller. Well done, Wynand Miller picks up the checkered flag ahead there of Quinton Venter. The battle royal goes on behind that. It's going to be Smith from Meyer, from Del Valle, from Van der Westhuizen, Becker, Abdelkader coming through behind that. Yeah, definitely looks like that left-hand front tire of his has gone flat, and then a Jacques coming through at the tail end of the field. LMS V8s out on circuit, and well, it looks like we're going to have the 777 on pole position. That's going to be pretty interesting to see how that one plays itself out, because normally that man starts at the front end of the field. You're not going to catch him very easily whatsoever. Tian Lo leads him out. Dwayne Prinsloo in that second position. Olivier ahead of Verwey van der Westhuizen as they work their way through past us. Jean Verwey in the 66 car. Chris van der Westhuizen in the 22 just ahead of him as they bring up the tail end of the field. But as you would expect, Tian Lo in the 777, an amazing sounding motor car, revs that V8 very, very high. Dwayne Prinsloo, the reigning V8 champion, the V8 car sponsored by Be Insured for the 2022-2023 season. Oh, Tian Lo's having fun. You can see when he drives like that, when he pitches it as he goes into the corner and he gets the hammer down from the apex. I don't know how they get so much revs out of that V8. Dwayne Prinsloo in the Weskus Ovaltrack car. A car they dubbed Thor a long time ago. It's one of the oldest frames that there is out there on circuit. Etienne Olivier, ex-hot rod man, in that third position. Says he's starting to get accustomed to the handling of the V8, a completely different style. Power to weight ratio to what he's accustomed to in the hot rod class. Jean Verwey in the 66. Jean Verwey doing a reasonably good job with that motor car, is in fourth position. I don't believe that car handles all that well, to be very honest with you. I don't think Jean can do much more than what he's doing with that motor car right now. We know Jean Verwey very, very capable behind the steering wheel, but the LM Ovaltrack car doesn't really seem to get the power down that well as the laps are ticking away. 3 more laps to go for the 777 of Tian Lo. A lot of you will have seen the photos of his dealership with a good about 5 or 6 cars that burned out about a week ago. Must have been a major knock for them, but it hasn't stopped him from getting out onto the circuit with the race car. When he comes around, it will be the penultimate lap for Tian Lo. Just 2 more laps. Oh, he runs it very high, very wide. Oh, he just about takes himself out. Having lots and lots of fun. Van der Westhuizen spins it around as well. Olivier in that third position. Full course yellow. Full course yellow comes out, and that pretty much on the last lap, so they're going to have to do a restart. Tian Lo in the 777 slows it right down, and well, they were going to be coming up for the last lap, so it'll be white, it'll be green, white, checkered on the restart. Right, so the yellow flag being held out. I take it we're going to then go white flag, then we will go green flag, then we'll go white flag, and then we'll go checkered flag. That shouldn't be a problem for Tian Lo. He's led it all the way through. Weskus Ovaltrack, 44, reigning class champion, in the second position ahead of the 37 of Etienne Olivier. Although there's nothing much between the two of them, I must say Etienne Olivier wasn't that far behind Dwayne Prinsloo whatsoever. So he might fancy having a little bit of a go at him. Comes up alongside and shows him a thumbs up. I suppose that's a nice way of saying, Dwayne, I'm coming for you, boy. Right, so we can get the Van der Westhuizen car a little bit further away from the circuit. And then we'll be able to pull back the yellow flag and go for the white. So for round number 2, FC Nieuwoud will be joining us. Mike Side is doing the necessary photography this evening. If you'd like to get your company logo on that photographs being done by FC Nieuwoud, come make a turn by the commentary box, have a chat with FC, check with him exactly what it costs to get your company logo onto those photos. And he normally sits the whole day Sunday, although he's supposed to go to Bessie Bester for a bride tomorrow. He'll have to sit the whole day Sunday and get all the photos out. So by Monday morning, all the photos is out there, and thousands of views on all of those photos of the best photography that you will see in motorsport oval track racing in South Africa. And you can get your company name on there as well. AMS sponsored by Be Insured. Gonna come once more around on the yellow. Probably find the next time they come around will be for the white flag as they get the Van der Westhuizen car almost going. Die bakkie, I cannot forgo. Oh, there we go. A Ford lately. All right, so we can move it away from the track a little bit further, asseblief, so the clerk of the course has got a good view on that side. Right, so the subject to what happened at the last race event, it was determined that we have to rather complete all the laps as opposed to declaring a race over after 70-odd% of it. And Marius said from here on out, he'll rather run that extra 1 or 2 laps and complete the full cycle in order for us to make sure that we get a result out of every single race. Dwayne Prinsloo looks in the mirror, ouch. Etienne Olufir looks in front, ouch. The 777 of Tian Low. You can't very easily catch the one in front of you. You can't very easily stay ahead of the one behind you. A pressure situation. Green, white, and checkered. That's the way it'll be. Tian Low gets that mean machine down. Oh, revving it all the way through the rev range. That must be closing on 8,000 RPM on that V8. I don't know how they get that thing to rev like that. Dwayne Prinsloo in that second position. Etienne Olufir pushing very, very hard, trying to make sure that he can put the pressure on Dwayne Prinsloo. You can't rattle Dwayne very easily whatsoever. Been there, done that, won championships. Oh, the 555 getting it completely sideways and gathering it all together again. That's Leon de Jager, a lovely new paint and spray job and sticker job on that motor car. Checkered flag for Tian Low in the 777. Dwayne Prinsloo, the reigning class champion. Weskus Ovaltrack coming through in second. Etienne Olufir in third. 555 of Leon de Jager in fourth. Jean Fauvet in the 66 coming through directly behind that. So Tian Low showing exactly what he's capable of. Beautiful sounding and a looking motor car driven by a man that's got lots and lots and lots of oval track titles behind his name.
pull me in like gravity. You do. Changing the way that my body moves. It's true. Without the moon, there'd be no way. Without the stars, there'd be no space. When I got you by my side, you made me feel like the world in your.
AJ LaRue on the front row of the grid in the Giovanni diesel car. It's going to be a very, very quick car driver combination coming off the front row of the grid. The 116 in there behind that of JP van Jaarsveld. The 177 of Fani van der Merwe. Then behind that is Denrich van Tonder. Then it's Etzebeth. I think it's Chris Etzebeth. Yeah, Chris Etzebeth. The 25 on the front row. On the outside is Hannes Buerter. Then the 16 of Gerard Lowe is the next one in there behind that. See the 91 car starting quite a long way back. That's Henny Oudendal. He's one of the frequent flyers out there. Is Henny Oudendal. The Giovanni diesel. That's the blue and white fifth row on the outside. Oh, got a bit of a renter crowd on the far side. We got a hell of a renter crowd on the far side. So to the renter crowd on the far side, good evening to you. Nice to have you guys here with us. So the 7 car at the front end of the grid, it's AJ LaRue. Will he be able to bring it off the line and take it down into a whole shot? Fani van der Merwe takes that inside line, turns it in nice and tightly. Does Fani van der Merwe, make sure nobody gets up on the inside of him. A little bit of hustle and bustle behind that. Then Denrich van Tonder in that 5th position. It's the 116 of John-Paul van Jaarsveld, JB van Jaarsveld. That is in that 4th position, just ahead of Denrich van Tonder. Denrich rubs the back bumper lightly. It's AJ LaRue that's doing all the right stuff at this stage of the fight. In that 2nd position, the 25 car is looking very good of Hannes Buerter. Not a well-known car driver combination at all is Hannes Buerter, but he's going very quick. Fani van der Merwe holding out from the 116 of JP van Jaarsveld into the Tiger Bulls corner they go. The next one in there behind that is Denrich van Tonder making a bit of contact behind that, and that's going to make big problems as the 6 car literally gets turned around, and that'll bring out the full course yellow. That was Jonathan Pretorius that was involved with that one. So they'll bring the full course yellow out. There were still 13 laps to go at that stage of the fight. There's a bumper laying on the circuit, which will definitely be driven over by somebody, guaranteed. Probably the 96 Chris Etzebeth front bumper. Looks like we're going to be stopping them on the line. The red flag comes out. So, as they come through, it'll be the 7. Yep, that's right. The 25 must come one further forward. The 25 car must come one further forward in front of the 177. The 25 in front of the 177. Then behind that, the 116, that's correct. Then the 97, is that Denrich van Tonder? The 97. We'll just have to move them all a little bit further forward. Right, we'll just move them a little bit further forward. So the 116, then the 97 of Denrich van Tonder. He needs assistance. You're going to have to push that car. Denrich can't get it started. So going one lap back, that's how they are going to have them. AJ LaRue from the 25 of Hannes Buerter, from the 177 of Fani van der Merwe, the 116 of JP van Jaarsveld. Then it'll be the 96, I think, is the next one, which should then be Chris Etzebeth. That'll have to then be moved forward, if I saw that list correctly. Let's see if we can get that car of Denrich van Tonder going. All right, so we got the Denrich van Tonder car going. Well, looks like the warning flag is going to be going out, and I think it was the 96 that was written on the board. That would then be Chris Etzebeth. So instead of him then moving up behind the 116, or JP van Jaarsveld, they would probably put him at the tail end of the field. Then Denrich van Tonder is going to go up ahead of the 6 of Jonathan Pretorius. Behind that will be the 222 of Gareth van der Merwe, the stealth towing 222. The 96 getting the warning flag, that's Chris Etzebeth. So it doesn't look like he's going to the back of the pack. He will be staying in his position. He'll be there in behind the 6 car. Gareth van der Merwe, Gerard Lowe, Derek Tiout, a Stasher Whitehorn in the 44. Oh, I didn't even realize the Stasher Whitehorn is out there. So Stash third from the back of the pack in the 44. Phew. The rented crowd having an orgasm on the far side. So the green flag is high. AJ LaRue, can he stay where he is? He's going to have to go some. He's going to have to really go some, because the boys in behind him are blindingly quick. There is no slow cars out there in this one. Hannes Werter, a pile up, the 116 and Denrich van Tonder. So that is Van Jaarsveld and Van Tonder standing there on the line as well. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Wow, Denrich van Tonder. He'd rather have no luck than the luck he's having right now, because all the luck he's having is just bad luck. It's not working out for him whatsoever. Let's hope that everything's okay on that motor car. Gerard Lowe hasn't had a chance to get going yet. Every time they get going, he's got to slow it down again. Gerard Lowe will definitely be able to work his way through the back. JP van Jaarsveld in the 116. The Jumbo Golf. Looks like they're going to have to tow that one towards the infield. Oh, Denrich's left-hand front has gone flat. Denrich van Tonder, flat left-hand front tire. There's no ways he's going to be able to do 13 laps without that tire delaminating and taking the bodywork apart. Rather than do any further damage, he can rather retire that one onto the infield. You'll probably find the clerk of the course will pick it up and show him to rather go to the infield, that we can get him out for another race, rather than getting through 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, shredding the car to pieces with that tire. There's no ways he's going to be able to get to the end of the race. Denrich, left-hand front. It's completely down, but yeah, you're going to have to. So how do you let the driver know? You wait till he gets right in front of the speaker. There's no ways he can miss it. And he just looked and said, ach nee man. Genuine? Yep, yeah. Off to the infield you go. So, white flag once again for AJ. In the 7 car. The 25 of Hannes Werter. The 177 of Fani van der Merwe. The 6th of Jonathan Pretorius. Some new car driver named combinations coming through. Chris Etzebeth in the 96. Gareth van der Merwe in the 22. Gerard Lowe in the 16. The 5 of Derek Tiout. The 44 of Nastasha Whitehorn. Didn't even realize that she was in there until the restart. The 91 of Henny Wordendal, a long, long way back. 3rd from the back of the pack. Quick shout there from Renter Crowd. Green flag is ready. Hearts are pounding. Look at Fani van der Merwe. He's good to go. Fani van der Merwe's good to go. He sticks it up on the inside line. He wants that second position as they go down towards turn number 1. Times it brilliantly. Chris Etzebeth rubs the back of the 6 car as they work their way down into turn number 1. Jonathan Pretorius recovers that position. It's AJ LaRue from Fani van der Merwe, the 25, holding sway there. Hannes Werter in that third position. Chris Etzebeth's already up into fourth. The sixth out, Jonathan Pretorius, trying to take a slightly tighter line, doesn't work for him. Gareth van der Merwe, the next one coming through just ahead there on the Gerard Low. Down into the Pro Skills corner they go. Chris Etzebeth has a bit of a rub on the inside, but he manages to hold on to that one. And dropping down is Botha. Hannes Botha has dropped down numerous positions. AJ Leroux from Fani van der Merwe, from Chris Etzebeth. Jonathan Pretorius doing a lovely job. Gerard Low now having a look around the outside. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Slow it all down, guys. Marshall on the far side gets the flag out nice and quickly because we've got cars standing on the circuit. They'll have to slow that right down. I think that's the 5 of Derek Tiart. So it looks like the 5 is the one that died, Derek Tiart. Stash is also standing, the 44. Let's hope they can get that one going again. She just slowly but surely slowed down. Henny Woodendal found himself at the tail end of the field. Never really got to get that one going. The surface is going to turn out to be a very, very nice track to ride on. Pretty wet in the beginning. But when this type of surface compacts itself, you get a very, very beautiful track towards the end and uber quick in the finals. AJ Leroux from Fani van der Merwe, from Chris Etzebeth. That's how they're going to line up here in front of us. Jonathan Pretorius. They'll just move them a little bit further forward. AJ Leroux not been able to get that car restarted. He's going to have to try and get a bit of a push. Up there he gets it started up now. So AJ Leroux is going to be the Giovanni diesel fuel injection specialist in Paul. It's going to be getting them going off the line. AJ Leroux from Fani van der Merwe. They're just trying to get the cars off. And looks like the Stash of Whitehorn can't go any further. The 4 cars off onto the infield. Derek Tiart's car just seemed to die. And, well, he had nowhere to go. Couldn't go left, couldn't go right. Just stayed exactly where he was. I think Fani van der Merwe is starting to build up a little bit of temperature. He's asking, can I circulate? Well, they're going to get them off the line now. AJ Leroux, Fani van der Merwe, Jonathan Pretorius, Hannes Botha, Gareth van der Merwe, Chris Etzebeth goes and regains his position. Behind Gareth van der Merwe is Gerard Low. Henny Woodendal still finds himself third from the back of the pack. The calm before the storm. Stockrod sponsored by Value Cars Friedenberg. AJ Leroux off the line. Fani is going to have to keep an eye now because Chris Etzebeth is in that third position. And Chris Etzebeth can drive just about anything very, very quickly. Chris Etzebeth, oh, he's right up against the wall. Just misses the wall. Does Chris Etzebeth. And we've got 2 cars that's off. It looks like Gerard Low is one of them that's off onto the infield. AJ Leroux from Fani van der Merwe, from Chris Etzebeth. Jonathan Pretorius doing a good job to stay ahead there of Gareth van der Merwe. Father in second position, son in a 5th position. Chris Etzebeth's looking pretty good at this stage of the fight. Oh, just comes flying in and hammers up on the inside of Chris Etzebeth. That was Jonathan Pretorius. And Chris Etzebeth goes right off onto the infield. He will not be happy with that one. And well, he was hammered going into the corner, and that's taken him right out of it. And Chris Etzebeth regains almost at the tail end of the field. AJ LaRue getting it all right at the front end of the field, making no mistakes whatsoever. Jonathan Pretorius in the 6th. Now it's Gareth van der Merwe that's ahead of Fani van der Merwe. Henny Woodendal has a look around the outside of the 116. He makes up another position on JP van Jaarsveld. I love it. Chris Etzebeth works his way past us. 7 more laps to go. Can you believe it? The warning flag for the number 6 car. And that is in fact the car that is in a 2nd position. The 6 car gets the warning flag. AJ LaRue down into the Tigerberg Pools corner. Coming up behind the back marker. Which way does he go? He pops it up on the inside. The back marker runs it wide. AJ LaRue from Buerta, from Gareth and Fani van der Merwe. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Henny Woodendal ahead of the 116 of JP van Jaarsveld. Then the recovering Chris Etzebeth in the 96 car. Can he still make up some positions from there? Battling with the Hannes Buerta car. Doesn't seem to be handling the way that it was earlier on. Obviously had some impact. I think he had a bit of impact on the back suspension. Still 5 more laps to go. It seems like a very, very long race. Chris Etzebeth slowly but surely starting to catch up to the cars in front of him. He'll make up some positions as they work their way around. AJ leading out from Buerta, from the 2 Van der Merwe's. Son ahead of father. Henny Woodendal ahead of JP van Jaarsveld. Chris Etzebeth clothing slowly but surely. Race has pretty much stabilized itself now. The blue flag being held out for Buerta as AJ LaRue starts to close from behind. Fani van der Merwe trying to have a look up on the inside of Gareth. He's going to make that one stick. They're pretty much side by side, trying to make sure they don't touch one another. Gareth doesn't back out of it. He says, Dan, you want it. You're going to have to go for it, boy. And Fani makes up that position. AJ LaRue going around the outside of Buerta. He doesn't want to get tied up with a back marker. He's got to keep on going. The 6 car comes up on the inside line of Jonathan Pretorius, so he doesn't lose any ground there at all. Blue flags are going to be held out. AJ LaRue doing it all correctly. Fani van der Merwe ahead of Gareth van der Merwe, ahead of Henny Woodendal, ahead of JP van Jaarsveld. Chris Etzebeth has already now caught up and starting to try and pass cars. He's got to go around the outside. I love it, Chris Etzebeth, after what happened earlier on. AJ LaRue will come through for the win. He'll be super chuffed with that one. The 6 car of Jonathan Pretorius comes in 2nd from Fani van der Merwe, the 222 of Gareth, the 91 of Henny Woodendal, the 116 of JP van Jaarsveld, the 96 of Chris Etzebeth, the last car to come across the line. Stock Rods, heat number 1. Wow, that was brilliant stuff. Sponsored by Value Cars.
Welkom bij Snapchat.
Welkom bij Snapchange, Engine, Gearbox en Diff Exchange en Importers. Ons doen import engines, gearboxen, diffs en vele andere parten. Ons het ook een mechanical repair shop waar ons vooral specialiseren in Ford Rangers en enige andere modelkarre. Ja, so laat weet ons gerus as jy enigiets nodig het. Ons is oop van maandag tot vrydag van 8 tot 6 en ons is oop op Saterdag tot 3 uur en ons het 24-hour towing service recovery. So laat ons weet wat jy nodig het.
Rookies uit op die baan vir hulle tweede eiden. Hierso by vandag se byeenkoms hier in die Weskus Ovalbaan en dit is Janey Esterhuise wat hulle gaan lei van paal posisie af. Aan haar buitekant is dit 'n Bassie Meyer-Edriks. Wat daar sit op by tweede posisie. Dan Pieter Legrandsie agter Janey en aan sy buitekant het ons die 104 daar van Bram Bosman. Dis die 4 rookies wat uitstaan op die baan. Eerste wedren wat lekker geloop het hier so die Do for SA vlag wat gereed staan hier vir hulle die vlag wat val van die lyn af gaan hulle daar so sy aan sy kom Meyer-Edriks en Esterhuise uit maar dis Esterhuise wat eerste daar gaan induik in die eerste draai in met Bassie Meyer-Edriks daar so hy word 'n bietjie wyd gedruk daar so as Legrandsie sy neus in die binnekant inkry maar dit is Legrandsie wat op die remme spring en Meyer-Edriks wat aan die buitekant deurglip daar so in daai tweede posisie behou. Legrandsie wat opgeskuif het na die derde plek toe met Bosman wat sit daar in die vierde posisie as Janey Esterhuise nou 'n bietjie hard op die remme is hierdie kuipe draai en die res van die pak wat baie hastig daar agteraan kom. Dis Janey Esterhuise eerste, Bassie Meyer-Edriks in die tweede plek met Legrandsie daar in die derde posisie en Bram Bosman wat nie toelaat dat daai hele pak daar voor hom wegkom nie. Lekker tighte wedren hier so in hierdie tweede eiden daar so met Esterhuise wat hulle lei. Sy kom nie weg daar van Bassie Meyer-Edriks af nie. Hierdie wedren wat baie beter gaan vir hom as wat die eerste eiden gegaan het wanneer hy daar vasgesit het in die modder. Hy hardloop nou so klein bietjie wyd los die gaping oop daar vir Legrandsie om sy neus in te kry maar hy dra baie spoed uit die draai uit en klou vas daar in daai tweede posisie. Dis Esterhuise van Meyer-Edriks, Legrandsie wat daar vasgeplak sit in die bumper van die golf van Meyer-Edriks daar in die derde posisie en dan 'n Bosman wat daar sit in die vierde plek. Hy begin 'n bietjie terugval daar van daai voorste 3 af. Maar nou sit Legrandsie aan die binnekant van Bassie Meyer-Edriks. Meyer-Edriks wat wyd gaan en deurkom Legrandsie aan die binnekant. Pieter Legrandsie in die LG Tow Golf wat opskuif daar in die tweede posisie in en nou gaan hy nader daar so kom aan Janey Esterhuise. Esterhuise in die Snap Chains en GNR truck golfie wat daar sit in die eerste posisie. Sy weet sy gaan nou moet oppas daar so want Pieter Legrandsie is blitsig vinnig om hierdie Weskus Ovalbaan. As hy daar nader kom uit weer sy neus in die binnekant raak nie aan die brieke nie en 'n glip deur aan die binnekant af van Janey Esterhuise en gryp by eerste plek. Legrandsie wat opskuif in die eerste posisie. Janey Esterhuise wat gaan probeer terugbeklei daarso. Sy wil graag daar verby hom kom, maar sy's 'n bietjie stadiger deur die draai. Dit is waar Legrandsie afvang. Nou is Meyer-Edriks in die moeilikheid. As kontak tussen Meyer-Edriks en Bosman. As Bosman binne die bande moet deurgaan daarso om nie afgedruk te word nie en Bassie Meyer-Edriks wat heel na die agterkant van die pak toe val na so 'n goeie begin van hierdie wedren. Die wit vlag wat nou gaan uitkom hier so die laaste ronde wat begin daar vir Legrandsie, Esterhuise en nou vir Bosman. En dan Meyer Hendricks het nou daar in die kuip gedraai, kom in die 86 golf, hy kom deur daar so in die 4de plek. Dis die laaste ronde hier in die rookie klas. In die agterste pylvak is jou voorloper, is die 777 LG Towing Golf wat deur die kuip gedraai kom van jong Pieter Legrandsie Jr. Hy gaan deurkom in die eerste plek, die geruite vlag wat wag vir hom. Pieter Legrandsie in die eerste plek. Janey Esterhuise kom maak tweede klaar. Nou hier uit die kuip gedraai uit, is dit die 104 van Bram Bosman wat deurkom. Gevolg deur Bassie Meyer Hendricks in daai 4de posisie. Lekker wedren gewees hierso vir die rookies. Geborg deur LB Con. Baie lekker wedren gewees daar so. Legrandsie wat wegstap in die eerste plek. Esterhuise in die tweede posisie en Bram Bosman in die 4de plek. Ag, in die 3de plek.
Hard to believe that anything's worth it. Ain't selling your soul, you give it away. No way to hide your heart is hurting. Fragile at best, you're ready to break. But there's still hope waiting on the horizon. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Go spark the fire inside you. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. But there's still hope waiting on the horizon. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself. Go spark the fire inside you. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself.
Gabriel Gelderblom and Wessel Robber. Gabriel Gelderblom and Wessel Robber. You can please go to the medical unit on the infield. Gabriel Gelderblom and Wessel Robber. They're waiting for you there, please.
Go spark the fire. Just waiting inside you. You haven't lost yourself, lost yourself.
Heavy Metals race number 2 after the rerun that they had. And down into turn number 1, Quercy goes on the inside line. Remember the first one, he started from the tail end of the field. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. They'll have to slow it all down. There was just a little bit chaotic. Just slightly chaotic. Marshall on the far side, good morning, good afternoon. Please watch the racing. A somewhat competitive class out there, the heavy metals. But that's what it's all about. Got to have the will to win. And having come off the back end of the pack for heat number 1, now coming off the front end, Siebert Neetling. They have to make good use of that one. And Driekus van Dijk alongside him. But such a busy pack in there behind them. Nobody wants to wait and get through the first corner. Everybody wants to dive into the first corner and make up positions as quick as possible. Quercy on the inside, Hancock on the outside in the second row. Then it is Alton Steyn on the outside of that Frikkie Marais. Then driving his own car for a change, Reino Koertse. Don't know what changed, that he decided to actually drive his own car. And then coming off the back end of the pack, the man that started in pole position ended up in 4th in heat number 1, Dion Carstens.
Ja, Dion Carstens aan die agterkant van die pak. Daar so, kom ons kyk wat gebeur nou. Die groen vlag wat gereed staan hier so vir die heavy metals, die vlag wat val. En van die lyn af klim hulle dadelik daar so en dit is Siebert Neetling wat sy voet neersit. Daai kar wat net nou in 'n bollingstoom opgeduik het daar so. En nou is dit die binnekant deur Quercy Weyers wat dadelik die voortou gaan neem daar in die eerste draai in. Weyers van die eerste plek daar so dan Neetling. Hier kom Alton Steyn in die binnekant deur daarvan Driekus van Dijk. As hulle daar uit die kuipedraai uitkom en hier kom Hancock Brand aan die binnekant deur van Alton Steyn en Hancock Brand wat deur beklei daar tot in die 3de posisie.
Yeah, he got up into that third pretty quickly. He's in there behind the man that started from pole position in the 25 car, and he's going to have to work it pretty hard from there to be able to hold on to that position because it's getting very quick around Siebert Neetling right now.
Ja, raak baie haastig daar so as Hancock nou sy neus in die binnekant inkry daar van Neetling. Hulle sy aan sy deur die Pro Skills draai deur die Vredenburg kant van die baan wat hy deurkom, maar dit is Siebert Neetling wat nog daai 5 reeks beam van hom baie lank en breed maak daar vir Hancock Brand. Brand wat sit daar in die 3de plek. Hy word gejaag deur Alton Steyn. Dan is dit Frikkie Marais. Driekus van Dijk met probleme optel as hy nou gedruk word daar deur Reino Koertse aan die agterkant van die pak. Maar terwyl als dit gebeur en Hancock Brand deurkom en daar aan die binnekant van Neetling, is dit Quercy Weyers wat verder wegtrek aan die voorkant van die pak in die 47. Dan Brand wat nou op is daar in die 2de plek toe, Neetling in die 3de posisie. Hy gaan nou binnekant kry daar van Alton Steyn af, Steyn met sy neus in die binnekant insit daar so, maar hy val terug. Nou sit Neetling wat wyd hardloop. Hier kom Alton Steyn aan die binnekant van Neetling, maar hy het uit die bene net nie genoeg spoed daar in die agterste pylvak om deur te kom nie. En Siebert Neetling wat vasklou aan daai 3de posisie. Neetling wat sit daar in die 3de plek, Steyn in die 4de plek, dan Frikkie Marais, Driekus van Dijk wat sukkel met daai beam van hom vandag, daai 3-6 beam van hom. As Reino Koertse daar reg agter hom sit en baie druk toepas. Nou sit Neetling wat wyd hardloop. Alton Steyn is deur en saam met hom deur kom Frikkie Marais en dit is Siebert Neetling wat nou 2 posisies verloor en teruggesak het daar na die 5de plek toe. Intussen Quercy Weyers 'n aardbaanlengte voor die res van die veld daar in die 1ste posisie. Dis Weyers in die 1ste plek. In die 2de plek is dit Hancock Brand. Hy is nou loshande daar in die 2de posisie. Alton Steyn wat niks gaan kan doen daarso op hierdie huidige oomblik om vir Hancock Brand sommer vinnig in te palm nie. Hulle trek almal weg daar van Frikkie Marais af wat daar voor Siebert Neetling sit. Driekus van Dijk wat nog net vasklou daarso en dan spreek nie meer Siebert Neetling wat 'n foutjie maak in die uitgang van die Pro Skills draai en verder terugsak daarso in die kloue van Driekus van Dijk en Reino Koertse. Reino Koertse sit aan die agterkant van die pak sit daarso, maar hy gaan binnekort 'n probleem hê want dit is Quercy Weyers wat van die voorkant van die pak af nader en nader begin kruip daar om 'n rondhou hulle te sit. Die baan wat nou pragtig mooi saamwerk hier, so 'n lekker grippy, harder oppervlak en die manne wat nou die krag kan begin neersit as die veld hulle self wyd begin uitsprei hierso. Dis Weyers in die 1ste plek hier op die hoofpylvak in die 47 beam, gevolg daardeur Hancock Brand in die 2de posisie en Alton Steyn wat sit daar in die 3de plek. Brand wat deurkom, Steyn in die 3de posisie, dan is dit Frikkie Marais wat homself daar in die 4de posisie bevind. voor Siebert Neetling. Neetling wat weer eens baie wild hier uit die draai uitkom. Daai 5 reeks beam se gat wat omtrent hang in die uitgang van die Pro Skills draai. As Koortse nou verby gesteek gaan word deur die voorloper. Dis Kwesi Weyers wat gaan deurbeweeg daar om 'n ronde te sit daar op die 41 boksie beam van Reino Koortse. Dan is dit die res van die veld wat deurkom daar so aan die tweede plek Hancock Brandt. Hy gaan daar in die kuipe draai deur, maar dis 'n foutjie wat gekom daar van sy kant wat Altenstein is daar reg by hom. Die wit vlag kom uit vir Kwesi Weyers. Die wit vlag is uit die laaste ronde wat begin daar vir hom as hy daar agter Driekus van Dijk vassit. En nou weer daar aan die binnekant deurgaan. Kwesi Weyers in die eerste plek. In die tweede posisie Hancock Brandt so ver met Altenstein wat baie druk op hom toepas, maar die geruite vlag kom uit hier in die eerste plek vir die 47 BM van Kwesi Weyers in die eerste plek. Tweede wat gaan aan watter een van die volgende twee manne. Dis Brandt en Stein saam. Brandt hardloop klein bietjie by daarso. Los die deur oop, maar het genoeg gedoen. Hancock Brandt kom huis toe in die tweede plek. Altenstein word huis toe bring in die derde posisie. Gevolg daar deur Frikkie Maree in die vierde. En dan wie gaan in die vyfde plek klaarmaak? Driekus van Dijk wat deurkom daar. Gevolg deur Reino Koortse. En dit was dan jou tweede uiting gewees van die Heavy Metals, geborg deur DSV Couriers.
So I'm lighting up just like a cigarette smoke. Tell it to my head, take it all away. Yeah, I'm lighting up just like a cigarette smoke. Tell it to my head, take the pain away.
Hadrods op die baan vir hulle tweede uiting. Dit is Gabriel Gelderblom wat hulle gaan lui van die voorkant af in die nommer 7. Aan sy buitekant is dit die Fiesta daar van Nikki Kugelenberg. Die Duvo is sy vlag wat val van die lyn af. Dit is Gabriel Gelderblom en Nikki Kugelenberg wat saam van die lyn afkom. En dis Nikki wat eerste gaan induik daar in die draai in. Dis Nikki wat deurgeloop daar so aan die buitekant van Gabriel Gelderblom om haar eerste posisie in te neem. En hy skuif op daar so, Gabriel in die tweede posisie. Dan is dit Mario Verwy wat deurgeloop daar so na die derde plek toe. Dan is daar vir Tian Kloete. Gevolg deur Christian Miller en Tertius van Stolder die derde. En die laaste posisie in die Audi. Tertius wat die eerste wedren redelik goed begin het daar so en bietjie probleme opgekry het na die einde toe. En hy sit daar in die laaste posisie. Maar intussen is dit Nikki Kugelenberg wat begin wegtrek van die pak af daar in die eerste plek. In die tweede posisie het ons daar vir Gabriel Gelderblom. Gelderblom wat nou onder druk van Mario Verwy af. Verwy wat nader en nader begin kruip daar in die nummer 18 Corsa daar in die derde posisie. Dan Tian Kloete wat sit in die vierde plek met Christian Miller in die vyfde posisie en in die sesde plek Tertius van Tonder. Hierdie wedren gaan aan, dit is die tweede uiting van die Hadrods wat deurbeweeg hier so op Weskus Ovaltrack wat nie helemaal wegkom van die pak af daar so. En daar eerste plek die Gabriel Gelderblom wat daar recht teenoor hom sit. In die tweede posisie, Gelderblom wat nader en nader kom daar aan die agterkant van Kugelenberg. Kugelenberg het gedink hy gaan dalk kan weghardloop met hierdie ene, maar Gelderblom wat dit nie toelaat nie. Hy sit daar in die tweede plek. Daar het twee wat begin wegbreek van die pak af. As Mario Verwy sit daar in die derde posisie met Tiaan Kloete in die vierde plek en dan Christian Miller en Tertius van Tonder. Stadig maar seker is hierdie wedren besig om aan te gaan hierso met nog 'n paar rondes oor daar vir die Hot Rods. In die tweede einde, daai twee voorste pak wat begin wegbreek daar aan die voorkant. Koeglenberg en Gelderblom. Gelderblom wat vir Nikkie heeltemal op sy toon hou daar. Een klein foutjie van Nikkie kan hierdie wedren gee in die hande daar van Gabriel Gelderblom in die tweede posisie. Dan in die derde plek Mario Verwy met Tiaan Kloete, Christian Miller en Tertius van Tonder.
A much better race this time around for Gabriel Gelderblom as he sits all over the back of Koeglenberg. The two of them putting up a very quick pace. And you'll probably find the track suits the car a little bit better as opposed to the previous surface. Mario Verwy back out on track and looking very comfortable ahead of Tiaan Kloete. Tiaan Kloete in the car that he's driving is looking a lot more competitive than the Tigra that he was racing before, and definitely starting to get more confident as well.
Deur die Kuip en draai kom sy geveg is in die gang hier in die eerste plek daar tussen Nikkie en Gabriel Gelderblom. As die windvlag uitkom is die laaste ronde wat nou begin af vir Koeglenberg en Gelderblom. As daai twee mekaar nog nie kan los nie, dan Verwy, Kloete en Miller en Van Tonder, maar alle oë is daar op die voorste twee karre. Gaan Gabriel iets kan doen vir die geruite vlag. Nikkie met daai Fiesta baie wyd vlag. Die geruite vlag kom uit in die eerste plek vir Nikkie Koeglenberg. Gabriel Gelderblom in die tweede posisie. In die derde plek Mario Verwy met Tiaan Kloete wat deurkom daar in die vierde plek. Gevolg deur Christian Miller en Tertius van Tonder die derde.
Speak under correction, but is that not the car that was originally campaigned by Steve Anderson back in the days of Tigerberg Raceway?
100%, that is the ex-Steve Anderson car in the hands of Gabriel Gelderblom. That car is a part of the Liebenberg Racing stables, the Okavango Park Motors Tigerberg Raceway stables of cars that Steve campaigned out at the old Tigerberg Raceway, now in the hands this evening of Gabriel Gelderblom.
Here we go with the Pink Stocks. It's their second race for the day, sponsored by LG Towing. And it's the snap change most wanted 8-ball car of Sassy Lassie. That's right up front. And I think she can do pretty good from there. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't pull off maybe even a win in this one. It's not impossible for Alonso Picard. Then the 19 alongside her, that's Ilana Pretorius. The 29 of Amy Bezaidnote on the second row on the inside. Sandra Becker once again starting second row on the outside, if she can get it going. Then it'll be Aniek van Eerden. And then the two cars that started on the front row of the grid. The Rage Productions value cars, Friedenberg 25 and the 17. That's Desiree Laters Haman and Trishka Lowe. The two of them dominated race number one. Sandra Becker on that surface that they were on did not have an answer for them whatsoever. And right on the last, it was Sassy Lassie, Alonso Picard that pipped Aniek van Eerden in the Potenza Oil Stronger for Longer 98 car as they came across the line. She came through in fourth and dropped Aniek van Eerden down into fifth position just as they came across the line. Literally halfway from the exit of the corner up to the start-finish line when she came around the outside and made that one stick.
Ons wag net daarso vir die lorry met die beam van Willie du Plessis om van die baan af te gaan. Lyk my is happy met daar waar hy is, so hierdie wedren wat dan aan die gang gaan kom. En die Pink Rods. En dit is Alonso Pickard wat hulle gaan lei van die lyn af daar aan die voorkant in die nummer 8 Snap Change Golf. Aan die buitekant Ilana Pretorius. En die nummer 19 Silver Golfie. Dan het ons daar vir Amy Besuidenhout. Aan die buitekant Sandra Becker. Aniek van Eden. Gevolg daar deur Trishka Lou en Desiree Leiters aan die agterkant van die pak. Die doel vir SA vlag wat nou gaan val van die lyn af gaan hulle en Ilana Pretorius wat 'n briljante wegspring gekry daarso maar net hierdie been het in die draai in daarso as Alonso Pickard aan die binnekant weer deurkom daar in die eerste plek vat van Ilana Pretorius af. Sandra Becker het 'n lekker wegspring gekry. Sy is reeds op daar in die derde plek toe gaan sit aan die buitekant nou van Pretorius in die agterste pylvak. Saam met daarso is Trishka Lou as hulle daar in die Cape draai ingaan. Dis Pickard van Becker aan die buitekant deur van Pretorius, Lou van Eden. Hier kom Desiree Leiters en Amy Besuidenhout aan die agterkant van die pak.
Well, keep in mind that in the first race, it was the two Friedenberg value cars that started at the front, Trishka Lowe and Desiree Leiters Hamann, and it was Sandra Becker that had to try and make a plan from there on out and wasn't able to pip them. Now Sandra Becker is in front of the two Rage Productions and Friedenberg value cars, and that makes a completely different scenario. Don't forget about the 19 of Ilana Pretorius, coming along very, very quickly, doing some serious lap times out there and starting to take away points from some of the big names.
Ja, Ilana Pretorius met 'n lekker wedren net daar, so sy sit daar in daai 5de posisie agter Aniek van Eden en voor Desiree Leiters, maar aan die voorkant is dit besig om 'n 3-gang geveg te raak hierso tussen Alonso Pickard as sy vir Sandra Becker wyd forceer daarso as hulle induik in die Vredenburg draai in. Becker wat op hy buiteste lyn moet gaan sit om verby Pickard te kom, maar Pickard met daai golfie baie wyd maak. Becker is reg teen die muur in die agterste pylvak af. Saam gaan dit daar sy aan sy in die Cape en daai is die lyn wat Sandra Becker van hou. Sy gaan sit om dwars in die uitgang van die draai en sy skiet deur aan die buitekant en van die eerste plek is Sandra Becker van Pickard, van Lou, van Eden, van Leiters en Ilana Pretorius wat hom verloor en gelukkig nie hard kontak maak met die muur nie.
Oh, that's a nice neat 3-point turn by Ilana Pretorius and parking at parallel parking practice up against the wall, just 2 inches too close. But otherwise all good. This is going to bring them all back together again. So Sandra Becker just having passed Alonso Pickard. And then Desiree Leiters Hamann from Aniek. Or should I say it's the other way around. It's actually Trishka Lowe from Aniek and then Desiree Leiters Hamann. The 29 going to catch up. Amy Bezuidenhout. It's the white and purple. Get it all back together again. So the yellow flag's still being held up. They're not taking away the yellow and bringing out the white yet. So the 19 goes to the back. Ilana Pretorius. She is the one that created the full course yellow, hence the fact that she restarts from the back of the pack. So that moves Amy Bezuidenhout to one position up. But now it's pretty much game on. Sandra Becker having gotten past Alonso Pickard. Can she hold that one? I don't know. Alonso is pretty confident with the surface the way it is now. I don't think you're going to get away from Alonso very easily.
Well, look, the pace between them was very, very close, but Sandra Becker just has got that little bit extra in the tank. That's how she was able to drive it around the outside of Sassy Lassie. And I don't think you're going to catch Sandra sleeping on the start there. The big question is, will Trishka be able to get past Alonso to go and try and hunt down Sandra Becker, or is Alonso Pickard going to be the thorn in the side of those ladies behind her? Let's have a look, Gary. Green flag is up high. Let's see if you can get them off the line.
All right, let's see what is Aniek van Eerden, Antipoppy in that fourth position. Can she do anything from there? Desiree Leiters Hamann in there behind her. Down into turn number one. As you said, FC predicted it. You don't catch Sandra Becker sleeping on a restart, and she leads them out.
Ja, Sandra Becker wat hulle lei aan die voorkant daar so in die 95 golf. Dan is dit Alonso Pickard in die tweede plek. Trishka Lou wat nou baie nader is daar aan Pickard en sy gaan met hard werk om daar verby Sassy Lassie te kom as dit hierdie Kuipe draai kom. Dan Aniek van Eden wat nou haar hande gaan vol hê want hier kom Desiree Luiters.
Aniek van Eden making a little bit of a mistake and Desiree Luiters having a look up on the inside. The two of them making contact. That will probably bring out the full course yellow as Aniek van Eden is very close to the circuit, facing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, Desiree Luiters moved up on the inside there of Aniek van Eden. There was contact between the two of them. That pipped Aniek van Eden the wrong way around, facing towards the rest of the ladies. And she's going to have to catch the tail end of the pack again. We'll have to see what the officials decide to do.
I see the left-hand side front corner of the 17 car Desolator's Haman. The bumpers come loose and the metal pipe is sticking out at quite an angle. So that's a bit of an awkward one.
So, Aniek van Eden wat dan haar posisie terugkry daar so agter Trishka Lou. Res van die veld aan die gang gekom, Desiree Luiters wat gewys word om aan die agterkant van die pak te gaan staan. So dit beteken Ilana Pretorius en Amy Besuidenhout wat daar verby haar gaan moet kom. Al die groen vlag wat reeds gereed staan hier vir die vlag wat nou gaan val en van die lyn af kom en daar so almal wat bietjie in die slaap gevang is daar. Alonso Pickard amper in die moeilikheid gewees daar want Trishka Lou het haar neus in die binnekant probeer indruk daar, maar is Becker wat hulle lei in die eerste draai en aan die binnekant vir Alonso gaan sit Trishka Lou. Hulle sê en sy wie gaan eers uit die draai uit wees en dis Trishka Lou wat opskuif na die tweede plek toe, maar Alonso Pickard gee nie op nie. Ons weet sy is baie laat op die brieke partykeer. Sy gee nog nie op nie, maar nou hardloop sy bietjie wyd en dit gee vir Trishka Lou die kans om deur te glip.
Now she gets a good drive coming out of the corner, does Trishka Lou. And that holds her in a very decent second position. So Sandra Becker, that car is blinding the quick in a straight line. When she gets the hammer down, she runs that outside line just on the edge of where the loose is. She just runs around the outside of everybody. But you got to be knowing exactly where to put it and how to do it to be able to do that. There's not many people that can do that. And for a lady racer, that is very, very impressive. The white flag comes out. Sandra Becker through the Pro Skills corner for the last time down the back main.
Ja, nou in die Kuipe draai gaan sy duik daar so op haar laaste ronde. As sy uit die draai gaan kom, hier so gaan die geruite vlag vir haar wag. Dis Sandra Becker wat die geruite vlag afvat in die eerste plek in die GNR Truck Golf. Trishka Lou in die Value Cars Golf in die tweede plek. Alonso Pickard in die Snap Change Golf wat derde klaarmaak. Desiree Luiters wat haar pad deurgeveg het daar na die vierde posisie toe en dan Aniek van Eden in die vyfde plek. Gevolg deur die 19 daar van Ilana Pretorius en dan die 29 van Amy Besuidenhout wat gaan deurkom in die laaste posisie. Dit was die Pink Rods gewees. Lekker wedren gewees deur die dames daar so geborg deur LG Towing. Extreme Panel and Spray, A-klas midgets uit op die baan vir hulle tweede wedren. Eerste wedren gewen daar deur François Botha vir vanaand. Nou is dit Skalk Swart, Chucky, die veelvuldige kampioen wat daar op 'n paalposisie sit. Aan sy buitekant die triple 1 daarso van Anton Lloyd. Wesselrabe wat aan die derde plek gaan wegspring aan sy buitekant, Cameron Neetling. En dan het ons vir Emile Gillemy in die 55 en in die laaste posisie die 25 daar van François Botha. Botha het die eerste wedren gewen. Kom ons kyk wie maak waar klaar hier. So die do vir SA vlag gereed. Die manne wat reeds op die sous klim. Klerk van die baan wat sê, boys, Anton Lloyd wat amper kontak maak met Skalk Swart daarso. As die klerk van die baan besluit om nie die vlag te laat val nie en hy sê, okay boys, so gaan ons nie 'n wedren jumpstart nie. Okay. Klerk van die baan wat nie gelukkig was met almal se spoed daar op die wegspring nie. Skalk Swart wat heel eerste gesien het dat die vlag nie gaan val nie, van die krag afgeklim het daarso. Wesselrabe wat moes duik na die binnekant toe. Anton Lloyd wat blitsig weggespring het daarso. En die klerk van die baan wat sê, nee boys, julle sal ry wanneer die vlag val. Hou die vlag dop. Ja, almal wat daarso bietjie haastig op die sous was deur die draai. En die klerk van die baan wat sê, kom ons doen dit reg, nou hoef ons dit nie weer te doen nie. Skalk, Chucky Swart, paalposisie, Anton Lloyd, Wesselrabe, Cameron Neetling, Emile Gillemy en François Botha. Die do vir SA vlag wat weer eens omhoog staan hier vir hulle. Die vlag wat nou gaan val en dadelik sien Skalk Swart dit raak. Hy kry 'n lekker wegspring. Anton Lloyd wat ook baie lekker vinnig wegkom daarso met Wesselrabe in die derde plek. Dan Botha en Gillemy aan die agterkant van die pak. Maar dit is Skalk Swart wat nie op hom laat wag nie. Hy trek weg daar in nommer 4. 'n Kar daar in die voorkant. Reeds 'n lekker gaping tussen homself en Anton Lloyd. Blitsige passie so in die A-klas midget manne as 'n swart lelei gevolg deur Anton Lloyd. Dan is dit Rabe, Neetling, gevolg deur Botha en dan Emile Gillemy in die laaste posisie. Veld wat hulle self redelik begin sprei nou daarso as hulle deur die pak beweeg. Is dit Skalk Swart wat hulle deur die Pro Skills draai gaan lei hier in die nommer 4. Extreme Panel and Spray kar dan in die tweede posisie, die AHP Logistic triple 1 daar vir Anton Lloyd. Hy sit in die tweede plek. En in die derde posisie is dit die nommer 18 kar daar van Wesselrabe. Hy het nie 'n antwoord vir daai twee manne daar voor hom nie, maar hy het 'n lekker gaping tussen homself en 'n Cameron Neetling wat sit daar in die vierde plek. Neetling, een van die topmanne hier in die A-klas. Hy sit daar so in die vierde posisie as hy die A-klas manne begin wegtrek daarso van François Botha en Emile Gillemy af. Onthou Botha en Gillemy se karre, eintlik B-klas karre wat hulle ry hier saam met die A-klas op hierdie baan hier op Weskus Ovaltrack. Swart lei hulle, van Lloyd, van Rabe, van Neetling. En dan François Botha wat neerkom in die 25 en die 55 daar van Emile Gillemy in die laaste posisie. The field is spread out pretty evenly out there now as Skalk Swart leads them out in the number 4 car. He's being chased extremely hard there by Anton Lloyd. Anton Lloyd's not been on track for a couple of races now. Lovely to see him back out there and he's showing a lot of speed out there. Welcome back Anton Lloyd in that second position. He's being chased down by the number 18 of Wesselrabe. Rabe just cannot get close enough to get to the back end there of Anton Lloyd. He goes up on the inside. Lloyd closes the door in his face. Wesselrabe saw a gap, tried to take it, but just didn't have enough to get past Anton Lloyd. Is he going to try it again? Coming through Pro Skills corner, it's Lloyd that still sits in the second position, followed by Rabe. Rabe's a lot closer again, pitches it. Now it goes for the inside again, but Lloyd makes that triple 1 car very wide. And Wesselrabe's got it back out of it, and that drops him into the hands of Cameron Neetling down in fourth. Wit vlag wat nou gaan uitkom hier so vir die voorloper as hy aan die buitekant deurglip daar van Emile Gillemy is dit Skalk Swart met hulle lei. Van Anton Lloyd in die tweede plek met Wesselrabe dan Cameron Neetling. En dan is dit François Botha wat nou hier gaan deurkom om sy laaste ronde te begin. Nou kry hy die wit vlag, maar die geruite vlag wag vir die man aan die voorkant. Dis die nommer 4 van Skalk Swart wat eerste klaar maak. Swart kom hy bring dit uit die eerste plek dan Lloyd in die tweede plek. Wesselrabe derde, vierde wat gaan aan Cameron Neetling. Nou deur die Pro Skills draai kom die 25 hier van François Botha wat klaarmaak in die 5de posisie en 'n ronde agter is dit die 55 daar van Emile Gillemy. Maar wat 'n wedren vir hierdie man, die veelvuldige Klein Karoo kampioen, ex-SA titelhouer, klubkampioen Skalk Swart in die eerste plek. In die tweede posisie Anton Lloyd en derde Wessel Rabbe. Tigerberg Pools 2.1 modifieds uit op die baan vir hulle tweede eiden. En hierdie keer is dit Festus Lindström wat hulle van die voorkant af gaan lei daar aan die voorkant in die 57. Lekker groot veld 2.1 se wat vandag hier so is aan sy buitekant is die 24 daar van Perry Kotze, dan JP Du Plessis Jr, Tertius de Kok, Brennan Green, Pieter Meyer, CJ Mostert, Wynand de Goede, Reniel Kugelberg, Ola Daniels, allemaal van die daar so die groen vlag wat val al weg is en is Perry Kotze wat bietjie wyd hardloop daar so, maar hy kry lekker wegspring. Festus Lindström maak die heer toe in die gezicht daar van JP Jr. As ligte kontak tussen hulle, maar is Junior wat nou terugsak. As die rest van die veld deurbeweeg is Kotze wat hulle lei voor Festus Lindström in die tweede plek. Dan is dit JP Jr. Hier kom Brennan Green. Green wat nader en nader kom daar so aan JP Jr. En dan se Tertius de Kok. Pieter Meyer wat bietjie druk kry daar van Reniel Kugelberg af. In die uitgang van die Kuipedraai. Dan Wynand de Goede, CJ Mostert en Ola Daniels. Stadig maar seker is die veld besig om vinnig uit te besprei daar so in hierdie 2.1 wedren. As Perry Kotze nou in die klas van sy is Festus Lindström in die moeilikheid hardloop bietjie wyd. Deurglip JP Jr. as ligte kontak tussen Junior en Lindström. In die uitgang van die Kuipedraai. Brennan Green agter hulle sit en wag vir 'n kans om deur te glip. Dan sit Tertius de Kok wat sy hande vol daar met Pieter Meyer en Reniel Kugelberg. En Festus wat gedraai word. Festus Lindström wat in die ronde tol in die uitgang daar van die Pro Skills draai. En die geel vlag wat gaan uitkom nou. Full course yellow wat uitkom. Okay boys. Full course yellow wat uitkom hier so in die 2.1's. Vir Perry Kotze. JP Jr. wat sit daar in die tweede plek. Brennan Green. Festus Lindström was daar saam met hulle in daai geveg gewees. Voordat hy in die ronde getol het daar in die uitgang van die Pro Skills draai. Kom ons kyk wat gebeur hier so. Hy het probeer induik daar aan die binnekant van JP Jr. in. Lyk asof wat moontlik kontak kon wees met die agterkant van JP Jr. se kar wat hom in die ronde getol het daar. En dit gaan dan vir Festus Lindström na die agterkant van die veld toe stuur in hierdie wedren. Allemaal weer op hulle regte plekke. Groen vlag wat gereed gaan staan hier vir hulle nou. As Perry Kotze hulle lei met JP Jr. Brennan Green daar in die derde posisie. Die vlag wat val van die lyn af kom en daar so is Kotze van JP Jr. Dan Brennan Green met 'n kok in die vierde plek met met Pieter Meyer, Reniel Koeglenberg, De Goede, Daniels, CJ Mostert en dan Festus Lindström aan die agterkant van die pak. Die man wat die eerste wedren gewen het, Ola Daniels, hy sukkel om deur die pak te beweeg daarso, as hy amper reg aan die agterkant sit dan in die derde laaste posisie. Maar aan die voorkant is hier 'n groot geveg tussen Pierre Kotse en JP Du Plessis Jr. As Du Plessis daar reg op die agterbumper van Pierre Kotse sit en binnekort gaan Brendan Green ook daar by hulle aansluit en begin dinge te mekaar kruip. Daai top 3 wat begin wegbreek van die pak af daarso, Tertius de Kok met sy hande weer vol sit daarso met Reniel Koeglenberg wat nou sit in daai 5de posisie agter de Kok. Laat op die breeke gaan sit Koeglenberg, hy gaan sit aan die buitekant. Koeglenberg wat deurkom aan die buitekant daar van de Kok. As hy opskuif daarso in die 4de posisie en voor Tertius de Kok. Dis dit Reniel Koeglenberg, Pieter Meyer wat dan daar agter hulle sit, saam met Ola Daniels, Wynand de Goede. Daniels wat sy neus probeer inkry daar in die binnekant van die mini, maar die mini wat toemaak as hy met 'n terugsak daar en dan is dit Festus Lindström en CJ Mostert aan die agterkant van die pak. Moving back to the front of this race, it's Pierre Kotze that's now catching a bit of a breather. He's sitting there in that first position, now starting to pull away from JP Du Plessis Jr. Junior that cannot get away there from Brendan Green, but Brendan Green also not doing too much to try and catch up to the back end there of Du Plessis. Reniel Koeglenberg all on his own out there in that 4th position. He's being chased down by de Kok and Meyer. There seems to be a bit of a bad bump going into pit corner as Ola Daniels now gets his nose up on the inside of de Goede. It's Ola Daniels that moves up there as de Goede gets spat out wide and loses another position there to Festus Lindström. Klop aksie reg oor die veld, daar soos Pierre Kotze begin wegtrek van die pak af daar aan die voorkant met JP Du Plessis Jr. in die tweede plek. Brendan Green wat geen antwoord daar het om by hulle uit te kom daar in die 3de posisie nie. Dan op sy eie in die 4de plek is er een heel Koeglenberg in die 63 pick-up by Fiesta. Dan de Kok het sy hande vol daar met Pieter Meyer en Pieter Meyer wat weer sy hande vol het met Ola Daniels wat daar agter hulle sit. Daniels was die wenner van die eerste eiden en hy wil baie graag hoor opwees in hierdie wedren as hy daar vas sit agter Meyer en hy word ook nou gejaag daar deur Festus Lindström. Nou is dit Meyer wat bietjie wyd agter klas, hy los die deur oop, maar Daniels maak ook 'n fout as hy probeer deurglip daarso. Is dit Ola Daniels wat sit daar agter Pieter Meyer met Festus Lindström, Wynand de Goede en dan CJ Mostert aan die agterkant van die pak. Rondes wat Salah verseker begin aftel hierso vir die 2.1 geword het Tiger McPools hierso in die tweede eiden is dit Kotze van Du Plessis, van Green. Daai pak op hulle eie daarso. Pierre Kotze heel op sy eie aan die voorkant met Du Plessis en Green wat sit daar in die tweede en die derde plek. Die wit vlag wat nou uitkom is die laaste ronde vir Pierre Kotze in die eerste plek. JP Jr. en Green wat hulle laaste ronde nou gaan begin. Dan kom die volgende pak deur, is Reniel Koeglenberg in die 4de posisie, Pieter Meyer wat sy hande vol het met Daniels en Lindström wat hulle almal uitvang. Ola Daniels wat probleme het hier met die 371 wat heel van die krag afklim as hy hier teen die muur afsirkuleer, maar die geruite vlag kom uit vir Pierre Kotze eerste, JP Du Plessis Jr. tweede, gevolg deur Brendan Green in die 3de plek. In die 4de posisie is dit Reniel Koeglenberg wat dit huis toe bring, gevolg deur Tertius de Kok, dan Festus Lindström, Pieter Meyer, Wynand de Goede, CJ Mostert en 'n DNF dan daar in die sak van Ola Daniels. Lekker wedren gewees hierso vir die 2.1's geborg deur Tiger McPools. Knap gedaan Pierre Kotze, JP Jr. in die tweede plek en Brendan Green in die 3de posisie.
the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before. You best start bracing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Push and shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
VAT Houtwerke 1660 uit vir hulle volgende wedren. Doen vir sy vlag omhoog hier so as Salim Dalwai en Abdulkader Dalwai. Hulle lei daar deur die Kuip draai die vlag wat nou gaan val en weg is hulle. Salim Dalwai wat lekker wegspring daar so maar Abdulkader Dalwai aan die buitekant deur daar so om die voorhou te neem. Hy het probleme gehad in die eerste uitden en nou lyk dit my is dit van die verlede. As hy begin wegtrek daar van die pak af van die eerste plek Dalwai senior daar in die tweede plek, dan lyk dit vir my is dit wel Jelle Meyer. Ja, dit lyk na Meyer wat sit daar so in daai derde plek. Dan een van die Pro Skills manne wat deurbeweeg het, lyk na Skalke van die Westhuizen. Ja, en die nommer 7 wat deurbeweeg daar in die vierde plek gevolg deur Quentin Venter. Dan Johan Smit, Wynand Miller, Jean Becker en die man aan die agterkant van die pak daar so. As probleme daar so vir Johan Smit. Smit lyk dit my wat probleme het opgetel daar in die 2-2-3 as hy van die krag af klim daar so. Maar is Abdulkader Dalwai wat lei van Salim Dalwai. Dan wil Jelle Meyer in die derde posisie. Meyer wat begin nader kruip daar aan die agterkant van Salim Dalwai. Dan is dit Quentin Venter in die vierde plek. Hy het daar verby Skalk van die Westhuizen gekom. Ja, probleme as Johan Smit aan die 2-2-3 van die veld aftrek. Is Johan Smit wat probleme optel. Maar die wedren gaan aan hier in die voorkant is dit Abdulkader Dalwai, Salim Dalwai wat onder druk kom daar van Jelle Meyer af met Venter in die vierde plek. Gevolg van die Westhuizen, Miller, Becker en dan Jacques Pieterse aan die agterkant van die veld in die wit en swart golf. Dinge wat begin moeilik raak daar vir die tweede en derde posisies as hulle die Kuip draai indraai, is dit Salim Dalwai in die tweede plek. Hy kry baie druk daar van Jelle Meyer af. Meyer wat probeer in sy neus in te kry aan die binnekant, maar Salim Dalwai wat net daai rapsie te vinnig is in die uitgang van die draai. Maar dit is Salim Dalwai wat onder baie druk kom, want Jelle Meyer weet hy moet daar verbykom, want hy het 'n hardjaande Quentin Venter agter hom in die 77. Nou is Venter daar reg by hom. Venter wat 'n baie vinnige spoed daar in die agterste pylvak het, is reg in die agterkant daar van Jelle Meyer. As dit hierdie Kuip draai kom, is dit Dalwai, van Meyer, van Venter en Skalk van die Westhuizen wat saam met hulle beklei daar vir daai posisies. Volgende wat gaan deurkom is Wynand Miller wat 'n lekker eerste uitdaging gehad het daar. Jean Becker in daai tweede laaste posisie met Jacques Pieterse aan die agterkant van die pak. Man wat 'n groot slegte geluk gehad het daar so in die eerste wedren was Abdulkader Dalwai. Hy sit daar in die voorkant nou. Lyk my die probleme uitgesorteer daar op daai polo van hom. Hy begin wegtrek daar van sy pa vir Salim Dalwai wat sit in die tweede plek. Daar is Salim wat 'n bietjie 'n asemhalingskans kry daar voor Jelle Meyer. Meyer in die derde posisie met Venter in die vierde plek. Dan is dit Skalk van die Westhuizen wat sit in die vyfde plek. Daar agter hulle met Wynand Miller, Becker en Pieterse aan die agterkant van die pak. Maar hierdie top 5 manne wat hier deurkom, dit is waar die groot geveg lê. Dis 'n Abdulkader, Salim, Willem, Quentin en Skalk van die Westhuizen daar in daai vyfde posisie. Wynand Miller wat deurkom in die 6de plek, gevolg daar deur Jean Becker. Becker wat net genoeg doen daar om voor Jacques Pieterse te bly. Pieterse aan die agterkant van die pak, hy kom nader en nader aan Becker. As hulle daar deur die Pro Skills draai gaan, maar hier in die voorkant gaan dinge gerook. Dis 'n Abdulkader Dalwai, Salim Dalwai wat sy hande vol het met Meyer, Venter en van die Westhuizen. Not too many laps left in this race here as Jean Becker now comes under pressure from Jacques Pieterse coming out of pit corner. Becker runs it a bit wide, the door is left open. Pieterse is going to try and dive in. Becker just shuts the door in his face and says, you're going to have to work a little bit harder to get through on the inside of me than that. But up front, Battle intensifies here for Salim Dalwai for that second position. There's a big battle going on behind him as Valhalla Meyer is starting to apply pressure, but then drops back through the Pro Skills corner in that third position. He's dropping back there to Quentin Venter, who's sitting there in that fourth place, and he's got his hands full with the Skalk for the Westhuizen, but the white flag comes out. The last lap starts here for Abdul Qadir Dalwai, Salim Dalwai, Valhalla Meyer, Quentin Venter, Skalk for the Westhuizen. No problems for Wynand Miller as he took a dive into the mud bath, and you could see how hot everything was there. Just brought out a bunch of steam, but a tight battle here for the last two positions between Becker and Pieterse. Becker closes the door in his face again, but the checkered flag comes out for Abdul Qadir Dalwai, Salim Dalwai second, Valhalla Meyer in third, followed by Quentin Venter. Skalk van der Westhuizen brings it home in fifth place. In sixth, all on his own, coming through here in the number 4 is the Pro Skills Golf of Wynand Miller. And this battle is not over yet as they both make a mistake, runs it out wide out of pit corner, but Jean Becker has done enough. He brings it home in second last, and then in the final position, the golf there of Jacques Pieterse.
Hear the sound. We're the revolution. With the ground beneath your feet, with a whisper in the trees. Do you feel us watching? Hunger in our eyes, victories on our minds. It's our time to rise. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
Wie uit American Saloons uit op die baan vir hulle volgende ene, Be Insured, die borg hierso. Kom ons kyk wat gebeur hierdie keer as die doel vir SA vlag nou val en is Dwayne Prince wat van die lyn af gaan vat. Daar's Tiaan Lou wat sit in daai derde plek. As hy nou daar aan die binnekant van Dwayne Prince in gaan duik daarso, is Tiaan Lou wat dadelik opskuif vir die eerste plek en Prince met sy hande vol daar met Etienne Olivier. Olivier sit aan die binnekant daar van Dwayne Prince wat 'n bietjie wyd hardloop, hy maak die deur toe die gesig daar van Etienne Olivier. Dan is dit Chris van der Westhuizen wat sit daar in die Ford Sierra. Hy beklei nou daar met die 56 van Steven Heidenreich. Heidenreich wat dit nie uitgemaak het vir die eerste einde nie. Hy sit daar in daai vierde plek as hy daar verby van der Westhuizen kom met Leon de Jager aan die agterkant van die pak daarso in die Lexus. As hy daar ook verby Chris van der Westhuizen kom. Maar aan die voorkant Tiaan Lou wat net om laat wag, hy trek weg aan die van die pak af daarso aan die voorkant. Lou in die eerste posisie, dan Dwayne Prince in die tweede plek, Etienne Olivier wat deurbeweeg in die derde posisie, gevolg daar deur De Jager. De Jager wat daar verby Heidenreich gekom en daar's kontak tussen De Jager en tussen Leon De Jager en Steven Heidenreich. As hy dan nou homself in die ronde laat tol daar in die geel vlaam wat gaan uitkom, full course yellow hier in die VIA Amerikaanse sedanklas. Vir daai incident daarso tussen Steven Heidenreich en Leon de Jager. De Jager wat deurgegrip het in die binnekant van Steven Heidenreich net voor hulle by die Pro Skills draai kom. Heidenreich wat dan probeer op sy neus in te kry daar in die binnekant en de Jager wat dan liggies kontak maak met hom daarso en dan dit sit vir Steven Heidenreich in 'n tol daar. Kom ons kyk weer hierso op die livestream. Die Jager wat die agterend bietjie laat hang daarso. Heidenreich wat sy neus indruk en vir 'n oomblik kry die agterkant van die Jager se kar greep. Hy trek hom reguit. Dis waar die kontak gebeur tussen Heidenreich en die Jager en dit is wat dan vir Steven daar in die tol sit. Okay, lyk my daai 56 is nie in die hande van Steven Heidenreich nie, dis in die hande van Jean Verwy wat sit daar in daai 5de posisie. Die geel vla wat weer uitkom. So, nie heeltemal seker daar wat die oorsaak is van die tweede geel vlag situasie nie. Tian Lou wat lei in die voorkant. 44 van Prinsloo. Dan Olivier. Die jager, Verwy wat gewys word om agter toe te gaan. En dan Etienne Olivier wat de probleme optel hier so op die hoofdpylvak. Right, daar kry jy Etienne Olivier die 37 refleksie weer aan die gang. Etienne Olivier wat nou stadig gaan sirkuleer om te wag vir die pak daarso. En nou tel hy spoed op. Etienne Olivier wat gesukkel het daarso om daai kar in die gang te kry en hy kon gewag het vir die pak daarso, maar hy gaan probleme optel nou daar om hulle te vang, so hy gaan dan aan die agterkant van hierdie wedren begin. Want ek twyfel of hulle heeltemal gaan wag vir hom. Die groen vlag wat binnekort omhoog gaan. Tian Lou wat hulle lei daarso aan die voorkant met Dwayne Prinsloo na tweede posisie, dan die jager met Chris van der Westhuizen, Jean Verwy, Olivier wat nou daar by hulle kom. Vlag wat nou gaan val van die lyn af, kom hulle weg daar so, Tian Lou wat dadelijk sy voet neersit en gaan wegtrek hier van die pak af. Dwayne Prinsloo hard 'n bietjie buite, dit gaan die deur ooplos, dan is die jager in sy binnekant gaan induik. Dis Leon die jager wat opduik aan die binnekant van die verdedigende klapkampioen, Dwayne Prinsloo, maar hy maak 'n fout, hy hard 'n bietjie wyd. Dit los die deur oop daar vir Prinsloo, maar Prinsloo wat net nie genoeg voete of krag het daar om weer terug te glip nie. Leon die jager nou baie hard in die draai in. Hy maak kontak met die muur. Brave Leon die jager en hy gaan tol daarso. Westhuizen met hom net betyds mis. Gaan dit in die gang kan hou, die geel vlag wat weer gaan uitkom, full course yellow. Full course yellow, wat weer eens uitkom hierso in die V8 klas. Triple 5 daar van Leon die jager. Baie hard hierdie draai gaan en daar om die pak te probeer vang, tot hy homself weer uit. So the white flag is out again. The next time they come around, the green flag will be waiting for them. Leon de Jager that will now be starting off the back end of the pack. The 777 of Tian Lou leads them out there with the 44 of Dwayne Prinsloo. Then the 56 of Jean Verwy. He's worked his way up back into that third position. Then Etienne Olivier and Chris van der Westhuizen with the 555 of Leon de Jager slotting in that last position. Green flag up high again, and away we go in V8 American Saloons as Lowe takes them off the line. Prinsloo sits in second. Here comes Jean Verwy. He's going to try and go around the outside there of Prinsloo. He now ducks for the inside. Prinsloo closes off the line, and Verwy's got to back out of that one as Dwayne Prinsloo is heavily defending that position in that second place with Verwy down in third with Olivier. Now for the Westhuizen getting attacked there by, there's contact. There's contact between de Jager and Van der Westhuizen, and both of them get stuck in the mud. And both cars getting bogged down, and the yellow flags will come out once again. Leon de Jager says, no, that's it, I'm going to park the 555. Something has definitely gotten wet there and does not want to make the car go forward anymore. So he parks it off on the infield. Tian Lou sit daar so na eerste posisie en dink, yes, ek begin net 'n lekker ritme kry, dan word die wedren weer gestop. As hy daar aan die voorkant sit, Dwayne Prinsloo in die tweede plek, Jean Verwy in die derde posisie, Olivier in die vierde plek en nou Chris van der Westhuizen in die vyfde plek. Be Insured V8 Amerikaanse sedan klas. Groen vlag wat weer gereed staan hier vir hulle. Van die lyn af gaan kom daar so niemand wat hier vir Tian Lou gaan vang vanaand nie. In 'n klas van sy uit daar in die foto. Jean Verwy is aan die binnekant deur van Dwayne Prinsloo. Prinsloo het geen antwoord gehad daar vir Verwy nie. Verwy wat bietjie dwars deur die draai gaan, maar nou het hy die hantering van daai kar onder die knie en hy is daar in die tweede posisie. Dan is dit Prinsloo in die derde plek en probleme vir Jean Verwy, bollingsrook as Dwayne Prinsloo gly in die olie wat uitkom daar en as kontak tussen Prinsloo en Olivier. En dit bring vir Chris van der Westhuizen op na die tweede plek toe in hierdie wedren, maar die geel vlak kom uit. Full course yellow again. Nie Jean Verwy se aan vanaand nie, eers probleme met die Camry onttrek toe daai kar skryf toe weer in, moet van vooraf begin met punte op daar in die 56 en ongelukkig daai engine wat sê bye bye, tot ziens, I don't want to do this anymore. En Verwy weer dan intrek daar aan die binnekant van die veld toe. En dit los ons met Tianlo, Chris van der Westhuizen, Etienne Olivier en Dwayne Prinsloo. Does not look like a happy chappy, does Jean Verwy out there. So that leaves us with Tianlo, Olivier, Van der Westhuizen and Prinsloo. The flag goes down once again and away they go. With Tianlo that leads them out of the first corner. Or the last corner, should I say. In a class of his own out here tonight in the 777 car. Being chased down there by the 37 of Etienne Olivier. Prinsloo finds himself in that third position. Just ahead there of Chris Van der Westhuizen. Prinsloo not too happy with the handling on that car now. It's starting to understeer a little bit. Or oversteer a little bit too much coming out of the corners there. But Tianlo leading this one already back into a quarter lap lead there on the rest of the field. With Olivier in second, Prinsloo in third. And then Van der Westhuizen in that fourth position. Kan duidelik optel dat iets is nie reg daar met die hantering van 'n Dwayne Prinsloo se kar nie. Jy kan sien hoe hy sit te beklei met die stuurwiel daar. Is glad nie so smooth soos vroeër vanaand nie. Die wit vlag wat uitkom hierso. Laaste ronde wat nou gaan begin vir Tianlo. In die tweede posisie is dit Etienne Olivier wat deurkom hierso in die 37 fleksie. Dan is dit die 44 van Dwayne Prinsloo daar in die derde plek. Hy sit net daar voor Chris van der Westhuizen. Jy kan sien hoe hy beklei met die hantering van daai kar. Maar die geruite vlag kom uit vir hierdie man in die eerste plek, die 777 van Tianlo. Die SP Engineering fleksie daar van Tianlo wat die eerste plek gaan vat. In die tweede posisie is dit hierdie man wat deurkom. Dis Etienne Olivier wat in die tweede plek gaan huis toe kom. Dan is dit nog nie oor en verby vir die derde plek nie. Chris van der Westhuizen wat aan die buitekant gaan sit daar van Dwayne Prinsloo uit die draai uitkomende deur. En dit is Chris van der Westhuizen wat dit net verby maak daarso verby Dwayne Prinsloo. En Prinsloo wat moet gelukkig wees met daai vierde posisie. Wat 'n interessante wedren hierso in die tweede eiden van die V8 Amerikaanse sedan klas.
Well, I must say a big thanks to all the class sponsors. The rookies sponsored by LB Construction, LG Towing for pink stocks, stock rods by Value Cars. In fact, the stock rods coming out onto the circuit. Weskus Bakwerker for the hot rods, the 1660s VRT Houtwerker, Tiger Book Tools and the 2.1s, the midgets, Brits Construction, DSV Couriers for the heavy metals, and the V8s that you just saw there now is being assured. So a big thanks to them, and then to Jean Meyer into towing, workshops and panel beating, and Kursiveas from Snapchange that make the live streaming possible for us as well. So here we go, the 44 of Natasha Whitehorn. On the outside of that is Gareth van der Merwe. Then we have the 5 car back out there again. That's Derek Tiat. That's the one that just died as it came out of Tigerberg corner. But got that one back out on track. Chris Etzebeth on the outside of that. Oh, by the by, Jackie Jr. not out there. Oil pump packed up just before they came out onto the circuit. Fani van der Merwe, 4th row on the outside. And he's going to have a hard run to go all the way from there. Here they come off the line. And I didn't see AJ Lou. He must be a whole lot further back. It's Gareth that's going to lead them out. Natasha Whitehorn. Then it's Chris Etzebeth. Then Rich van Tonder on the outside line. Fani van der Merwe comes up on the inside of him. Then Rich van Tonder right on the outside. But he gets good drive. He gets very good drive. And he holds on to that one. Natasha Whitehorn gets hung out on the outside line. Then Rich up to 3rd.
Ja, Denrich van Tonder wat daar in die 3de posisie zit. Natasha Whitehorn wat terugsit naar die 4de plek toe. Dan achteraan zit Henny Oudendal. En daar is contact tussen Pretorius en Derek Tiart. Tiart wat beklei daar is om nie contact te maak met enigiemand anders nie. As Gerrit Louden daar verby hom kom saam met Van Jaarsveld. Maar die rest van die geveg is aan die gang daar aan die voorkant. As dit nou Chris Etzebeth dit aan die buitekant gaan sit. Dis Etzebeth wat die voortou neem met die Fox. Hy sit daar voor Gareth van der Merwe in die 2de posisie met Denrich van Tonder, Natasha Whitehorn, Henny Oudendal en hier kom Fani van der Merwe.
Yeah, Fani van der Merwe right in there. Then the next one that's in there is Botha running out into the back main with the Pro Skills corner. Looks very, very nice surface that they've got as they come out of that corner through Tigerberg Pools. It's all about Chris Etzebeth. Chris Etzebeth from Gareth van der Merwe. Chris Etzebeth almost loses the circuit. Then Rich van Tonder is under a bit of pressure. The Natasha Whitehorn that was off the back of the pack in the previous heat and didn't go anywhere whatsoever. Now very much on pace. And it's Oudendal that's in there behind her.
Ja, Oudendal wat daar agter Natasha Whitehorn sit en begin om die druk toe te pas. Nou Gareth van der Merwe maak 'n fout daarso en Denrich van Tonder. Maar by hom is dan druk van der Merwe om van die baan af daarso. Hy steek sy hand in die lug en sê meneer die klerk van die baan, wat gaan julle doen hieraan? As Gareth van der Merwe hom net afdruk daar. En dan terugsak daarso is Denrich van Tonder in die geel vlag wat gaan uitkom en sê, boys, kom ons raak gou 'n bietjie rustig. En dan gee ons die manne hulle regte posisies vir hulle want so kan ons nie wedrenne ry nie.
It's getting a little bit rough out there. It's getting a little bit more than a little bit rough out there. Guys not watching the flag. Slow down, guys. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Jonathan Pretorius almost creating an accident there, going past 2 yellow flags without slowing down. So let's get it all back to a mild panic. Chris Etzebeth from Gareth van der Merwe, from Natasha Whitehorn, from Henny Oudendal, from Fani van der Merwe. That's the front 5 as they work their way around. Then I think it's Jonathan Pretorius is the next one. Let's see who is going to get the warning. Oh, Gareth going to be going to the back of the pack. Gareth van der Merwe. Then Rich van Tonder, that will then, I take it, be reinstated into the position that he was when he was going so slow afterwards. Maybe that's a CV that's broken, but it looks all good. Denrich was in that 3rd position. So he goes up into 2nd. Chris Etzebeth, Denrich van Tonder, Natasha Whitehorn, Henny Oudendal, Fani van der Merwe, Jonathan Pretorius. Ooh, it's going to be tight from here on out.
Wit vlag wat uitkom hier so. Hulle gaan nog een keer om die baan gaan en dan gaan hierdie wedren weer aan die gang kom met Etzebeth van Tonder, Whitehorn, Oudendal, van der Merwe, Pretorius. Dan 'n Botha wat deurkom in die 25, die 16 daar van Gerrit Lou, die 5 van Derek Tiart. Derek Tiart wat sy hande waai vir die klerk van die baan, nie seker waaroor dit gaan nie. Dan is dit JB van Jaarsveld agter hom, gevolg deur Jacques Els. Of Jean-André Els, jammer, aan die agterkant daarso en dan Gareth van der Merwe aan die agterkant van die pak. Groen vlag wat gereed staan hierso. Kom ons kyk wat gebeur hierdie keer as die 3 kuipe draai kom. Etzebeth wat van die lyn af gaan lei daarso die vlag val en van die lyn af kom en daarso Chris Etzebeth in die eerste plek met Van Tonder, dan Whitehorn en Oudendal. Hier kom Fani van der Merwe met Pretorius, Botha, Lou, Tiart van Jaarsveld, Gareth van der Merwe en dan Jean-André Els aan die agterkant van die pak. Dan aan die buitekant van Pretoria gesit Botha hard baie wyd. Botha maak hard kontak met die muur en hy gaan kom net reguit oor af in die baan af en ry vas daar in JP van Jaarsveld in is Hannes Botha. Geel vlag wat weer eens gaan uitkom. Hannes Botha wat baie wyd gehad het met uit die pro skills draai het kontak gemaak het met die muur en toe net reguit oor die baan gekom het en ongelukkig JP van Jaarsveld nêrens heen gehad om te gaan in daai ene nie en daai twee karre wat nou gestrand staan daarso op die binnebaan.
Botha's had some brilliant and some very not brilliant experiences this evening, and unfortunately that left-hand front taken a pretty hard knock. It's collapsed that left-hand front suspension, and they're going to bring out the red flag. Have to drag those two cars completely away from the circuit. If we can get the second of the breakdowns there. Mr. Breakdown, thank you very much. Medics very quickly on site just to make sure that everything's fine. So Chris Etzebeth having a very good run in this one. Fani van der Merwe in the 177. He doesn't like to stand with that motor car. Definitely overheats very quickly if it's standing still. So he has to circulate with that one. So Chris Etzebeth with his hand out the window asking of Philip, Chris Etzebeth. I think Chris Etzebeth's also asking if he can circulate. Temperatures running a little bit high. You'll probably find he's going to let all of them idle around slowly just to keep the temperatures down. Remember, when you run on fuel, it's one thing. When you run on methanol, it's a completely different story. Methanol runs a lot cooler. And obviously 102 is a little bit cooler than if you're running on petrol.
Yeah, but these guys are only allowed to run on a normal pump fuel. But interesting thing that some of the guys are struggling with temperature out there, considering it's a slight bit chillier out there than normal for this time of year.
So you shouldn't be battling with temperature.
Yep. Alright, die mannen met net werk daar so om die karre van Hannes Botha en JP van Jaarsveld daar weg te kry van die rand van die baan af. Die res van die veld wat dan net stadig gaan sirkuleer. Chris Etzebeth het by die stadium genoeg gedoen daar aan die voorkant in die 96 Tallies Meat Market Fox. Dan die res van hulle sirkuleer, maar Denrich van Tonder het afgetrek in die Vredenburg draai. So probleme wat dan opduik daarso vir Denrich van Tonder.
Yeah, and I don't think he's that far away from the track either. Difficult to see from here how far he actually is away from the track. So you'll probably find that they will try and recover that vehicle as well. Taking a bit long to move those other two vehicles. I don't know what the hold-up is. Can't see from this side. Yeah, that's Denrich van Tonder that's standing. I don't think he's too far from the circuit.
Res van die veld wat wel in hulle korrekte posisies is, daar so met Chris Etzebeth wat hulle van die lyn af gaan vat weer na Stasha Whiteon, wat nou opgegradeer word daar na die tweede plek toe, nadat Denrich van Tonder moes aftrek. Dan agteraan die 91 van Henny Oendal met die tweede Fox daar buite in die hande van Fani van der Merwe. Dan Jonathan Pretoria is daar agter hulle gevolg deur Gerrit Lou. Gerrit het probleme opgetel daar in die eerste eiden. Nie heeltemal seker wat daar fout gegaan het vir hom nie. En agter hom Derek Tiart met Gerrit van der Merwe en Jean-Dre Els.
So James van Jaarsveld gets towed off, and yeah, he was unfortunate in that incident that the car that came off the wall came across in front of him. It's just nowhere to go, and making contact with the left-hand front. And that unfortunately takes JP van Jaarsveld out of it. Let's hope that he can get it sorted out for the finals. 116 Jumbo Golf with left-hand front suspension damage. Chris Etzebeth looking very, very strong, I must say. The car runs very well. I think it's a car that's just been put together by Chris Etzebeth. The Stasher Whitehorn in the Van Tonder car, the 44. They bring it around. Still the yellow. Trying to get Den Ries Van Tonder's car sorted out. And Odendaal in the 91. Fanny van der Merwe in the 177. The 6th of Jonathan Pretorius. The 16 of Gerard Lowe. The 5 of Derek Tiat. 222 of Gareth van der Merwe. 22 of Jean-Andre Els coming off the tail end of the field. So Denrich van Tonder off onto the infield. Not exactly where he wanted to be for heat number 2, and he was looking very good up until the point that he actually just slowed it down and pulled it off. He did have that knock here in front of us, but went initially a bit slower, but then seemed to pick up pace. And then obviously the full course yellow came out. So whatever problem he has is probably linked to that knock as the white flag comes out. One lap before we go back to war.
Ja, de vlag is uit hier, so dat betekent die volgende keer dat Liewe by die hoofpijlvlak kom, gaan die groen vlag vir hulle wag. En gaan nou die wedren weer in die gang kan kry hier so in die Value Cars stock rods vir hulle tweede uitin. Chris Etzebeth, Nastasia Whitehorn, Henny Odendaal, Fanny van der Merwe, Jonathan Pretorius, Gerrit Lowe, Derek Tiaart, Gerrit van der Merwe, Jean-Andre Els. Dis vir hulle wat die groen vlag hier voorwag. Die vlag wat nou gaan val van die lyn af, kom net daar so daai top 4 dadelik op die sous. En dit is Chris Etzebeth wat in lyn met Whitehorn, dan Odendaal, van der Merwe met Pretorius en Lowe. Dan Derek Tiaart wat sy hande gaan val uit daar so as Gerrit Lowe aan sy binnekant, Gerrit van der Merwe aan sy binnekant gaan eindig daar so as amper kontak as die twee van hulle as Gerrit van der Merwe moet terugsak daar agter Derek Tiaart. Maar aan die voorkant hier kom Fanny van der Merwe aan die binnekant hy kyk daar van Henny Odendaal.
Oh, you made that look pretty easy going up on the inside of Henny Odendaal. Wags the tailing as he comes out, but still has enough drive to hold on to that one. Somebody who's been very, very quiet today, hasn't been near the front end of the field at all, is Gerard Lowe. Gerard Lowe is normally very competitive, and for some other reason, he just finds himself in the mid-pack.
Ja, Gerrit Lowe in die Value Cars 16 Golf wyse daar so in die middel van die pak met geen antwoord vir die pas van die karre daar voor hom nie. Maar intussen gepraat van pas wat niemand 'n antwoord het nie. Chris Etzebeth in 'n klas van sy in die voorkant daar so in die Fox. Hy lei hierdie wedren en begin verder en verder wegtrek daar van die pak af. Nastasia Whitehorn sit in die tweede plek. Sy het nou haar hande vol daar met Fanny van der Merwe. Van der Merwe daar reg agter haar sit met die tweede Fox en dan is dit Henny Odendaal wat weer sy hande vol het daar met Jonathan Pretorius. Pretorius wat nader en nader kruip daai top 4 wat uitverkyk vir tweede, derde, vierde, vyfde posisie en dan Gerrit Lowe wat daar sit en hierdie hele geveg dophou.
Jonathan Pretorius regularly pretty late on the brakes. That car obviously turns in pretty decently. Nastasia Whitehorn got them racked, packed and stacked. Nastasia Whitehorn, Fanny van der Merwe, Henny Odendaal, and then Pretorius in there behind that. Pretorius tries to have a look on a tighter line, but it doesn't bring him any closer to Henny Odendaal. Odendaal doesn't seem to have any problem to apply pressure onto the back of Fanny van der Merwe. Fanny doesn't really have a way of putting pressure on Nastasia. She's very, very consistent.
Ja, dis 'n geveg daar so, maar agter hulle is daar 'n groot geveg tussen Henny Odendaal en Jonathan Pretorius. Pretorius met sy neus indruk in die binnekant af van Henny Odendaal, maar Odendaal wat baie verdedigend ry daar in daai vierde posisie as Pretorius nou moet terugsak. Dan Gerrit Lowe daar sit te wag vir 'n fout daar van enige van die vier daar voor hom. Hy sit te wag daar in daai sesde posisie. Maar die wedren wat stadig maar seker na einde te kom, die blou vlag wat gaan uitkom hierso vir Jean-Andre Els as Chris Etzebeth aan sy buitekant gaan deurglip daar. Is Etzebeth wat hulle lei. Die blou vlag kom uit vir Els. Dan is dit Whitehorn, gevolg deur Van der Merwe. Pretorius as Henny Odendaal wyd hardloop en nou in die kloue val daar van Gerrit Lowe.
Eventually Gerard Lowe starting to come into play there now as well. Out of the Pro Skills corner, out into the back main they go, and Nastasia Whitehorn's got enough pace to stay where she needs to be. Fanny van der Merwe's not putting any pressure on her at all anymore. Comes past the back marker up on the inside. The blue flag being held out. Fanny van der Merwe He's got a lot of pressure from behind, but I think he's going to be able to hold on. There's just 2 more straights and 1 more corner to go, and I think it's going to be quite fine. Chris Etzebeth coming through in fine form at the front.
Ja, Chris Etzebeth in 'n klas van sy aan die voorkant hier, so as die geruite vlag uitkom vir die 96 Fox van Chris Etzebeth in die eerste plek. Oh, in die tweede plek Nastasha Whitehorn net voor Fanny van der Merwe, dan Pretorius gevolg deur Odendaal Lou, dan Gareth van der Merwe gevolg deur Derek Tiart en dan die 22 daar van Jandre Els. Nastasha Whitehorn wat baie bly kan wees dat sy daai ene gevang het, net betyds voor die lyn voordat sy daai posisie verloor het.
And almost went off that she wasn't all 4 wheels on the circuit as well, and that would have then made it a DNF. So she had to back out of it completely and make sure that when she came across the line, it was all 4 wheels on the track.
Welkom by Snap Change.
Welkom by Snap Change Engine, Gearbox en Diff Exchange en Importers. Ons doen import engines, gearboxe, diffs en vele ander parte. Ons het ook 'n mechanical repair shop waar ons veral spesialiseer in Ford Rangers en enige ander modelkarre. Ja, so laat weet ons gerus as jy enigiets nodig het. Ons is ook van Maandag tot Vrydag van 8 tot 6 en ons is ook op Saterdag tot 3 uur. En ons het 24-hour towing service recovery. So laat ons weet wat julle nodig het.
Peter Lefrancy. Alongside him is Bram. And this has been his pretty much best race meeting to date. Jane Esterhuizen and then Basie Meyer-Idriks in the 86. So get it off the line. Well, you got to think the odds-on favourite's got to be Peter Lefrancy, the young lad, this weeny little fellow, small little guy, but what a heart he's got and what a racing ability this young lad has. Not sure how old he is, the young lad in the LG Tane car, but probably 10, 11, 12, 13, somewhere around there, but blindingly quick around the circuit. Don't count out Jane, the lady racer that's in there with them. Off the line they come. Oh, everybody is on song. Nobody was slow on the takeoff there, and the whole shot goes to the pole sitter, Lefrancy. In there behind him is the 104 of Bram Bosman.
Ja, Bram Bosman wat sit daar in die tweede posisie. Jy kan half amper voel dat Basie Meyer-Idriks voel. Hy het baie meer pas in daai golf van hom as Bosman. Hy was reg teen daai agterbumper gewees en Esterhuizen wat 'n groot fout maak. Kyk na die binnebaan toe, kom hy terug op die baan hierso, reg aan die agterkant van die pad daarso. Dis nie waar sy wil wees nie. Sy wil daar beklei saam met Basie Meyer-Idriks en Bram Bosman. Maar terwyl almal dit uitbeklei, daar is Pieter Lefrancy Jr. aan die voorkant besig om weg te hardloop.
Yep, he's up, dusted and disappeared in the first lap and three-quarter, taking the pressure off himself. Now he's just got to keep it all nice and smooth, and he's accustomed to that. He's accustomed to getting to the front, getting his rhythm, getting his pace, getting his line, and then just continuing through there. And having said that, he makes a bit of an error, has to brake on the apex of the corner, but he's made up enough space to keep the pressure off himself.
Kyk na die pas wat Basie Meyer-Idriks het, also hy probeer duik van die binnekant. Bram Bosman wat toemaak daarso, ligte kontak tussen die twee van hulle daar in die kuip draai in. As die twee van hulle saam uitkom, Bosman wat sit in die tweede plek. Nou sit Basie Meyer-Idriks wat gaan laat sit op die breek aan die buitekant van Bosman. Hulle sy aan sy. Basie Meyer-Idriks wat een van die beste wedrenne van sy lewe het. Hy's aan die buitekant deur van Bram Bosman en hy skuif op in daai tweede posisie in.
Is that too little, too late with Peter Lefrancy that's up, dusted and disappeared at the front end of the pack. Peter Lefrancy very, very smooth for this young lad. Very seldom that he makes mistakes at all. Jane, well, she finds herself a little bit off the back end of the pack. Had some good, had some bad. Car still in one piece, and she's still out there having fun.
Ja, as Jane Esterhuizen wat sit daar so in daai vierde posisie as sy die pad deur maak. Maar aan die voorkant is dit Pieter Lefrancy. Hy kom neer om die wit vlag te kry om sy laaste ronde te gaan. Basie Meyer-Idriks maak 'n groot fout. Hy hardloop baie wyd en hy maak liggies kontak met die muur en dit los die deur waarwyd oop vir Bram Bosman om deur te kom. Bosman wat weer opskuif daar na die tweede posisie toe en Meyer-Idriks wat moet terugsak in die derde plek en hy's gelukkig baie ver voor Jane Esterhuizen om nie bekommerd te wees. Die rook wat begin uitkom daarso, so dit is 'n bakwerk wat raak daar aan 'n wiel, maar die geruite vlag kom uit vir Lefrancy in die eerste plek. In die tweede plek gaan dit die 104 goal wees van Bram Bosman. In die derde posisie die 86 daar van Basie Meyer-Idriks. En dan die 55 snap change goal van Jane Esterhuizen wat deurkom in die vierde posisie. Pragtige wedren in beheer van hierdie alles gewees was Pieter Lefrancy. Dan in die tweede plek was dit Bram Bosman en Basie Meyer-Idriks in die derde posisie.
Heaven just knows what it was. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no To the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never.
DSV Couriers Heavy Metals en baie kleiner pak as waarmee ons die aand begin het. Dit is Kosie Weyers op paalposisie aan sy buitekant, die 93 van Altenstein. Dan het ons daarso vir Hankoch Brand, Reino Koertse en Driekus van Dijk. Daai man wat sy ligte aan is aan die oorkant van die baan, kan net vir sy ligte afsit. Baie dankie. Doe vir sy vlag wat omhoog is en daar van die vlagge weg is hulle. Weyers wat geen kompetisie gaan hê in hierdie wedren nie. Altenstein wat baie hard gaan probeer saam met Hankoch Brand, maar hulle gaan baie hard met ry daar om by Kosie te kom. Kosie wat nou al reeds begin wegtrek daar aan die uitgang van die Kuip bedraai. Hy sit daar in die eerste plek. Dan sit Stein in die tweede posisie gevolg deur Brand. Dan Reino Koertse in daai vierde posisie gevolg daar deur Driekus van Dijk. Van Dijk wat deurkom en sukkel met daai 3 en 6 beam van hom vanaand. Hy sit daar aan die agterkant van die pak, maar Weyers lei aan die voorkant. Stein wat baie druk kry daar van die nummer 6 van Hankoch Brand af.
Hankoch Brand, definitely that motor is in pretty good shape. They put it together in the week now, late in the evening, and they got it all together in time. And he looks like he's now not holding back with that motor at all, pushing pretty hard in that third position. Altenstein in the ASJ Auto in that second position. The 41 car, I think he's had a good time out there. It's not often that we find him driving his own car, Reino Koertse, but well, I think he's going to have to wash a lot of mud off that car. They haven't cleaned the car since race number 1. Driekus van Dijk running slowly around with the 316i BMW. Definitely something's gone wrong on that motor car.
Ja nee, definitief iets fout daarso met die kar van Driekus van Dijk as hy sukkel om enigstens iets te doen met daai kar vanaand. Blou vlag wat gaan uitkom hier vir hom om te sê, pap regter voorwiel daarso vir hom as hy binnekort gaan ingehaal word deur ons voorloper Kosie Weyers daar in die eerste posisie, maar dit is Stein wat sy hande vol het hierso, want Hankoch Brand, Dijk links, Dijk regs, probeer allerhande kante om rondom daai groen beam te kom, maar net het nie genoeg spoed daarso van Hankoch om deur te kom nie, tensy Altenstein 'n fout gaan maak. En daai twee op hulle eie daarso in die geveg vir tweede en derde met Reino Koertse in die vierde plek.
Reino Koertse is doing a pretty decent job. He's not a man that races on a regular basis. He's been on and off for many years. In fact, over a 10-12 year period, starting off his racing career, in fact, back at Tigerberg Raceway back in the day. But I'm pretty sure the cameras is on that second and third place battle. Kosie Weyers, the full length of a straight at the front end of the field. Hankoch Brand, that's still pushing hard on the back of Altenstein. Alten not making any mistakes and not making it possible for the Hankoch Brand car to come through.
Wit vlag is uitgewees, daar is die geruite vlag wat uitkom vir Kosie Weyers wat deurkom in die eerste plek. Jou winnaar van die heavy metal finaal, Kosie Weyers. Wie gaan dit wees in die tweede plek? Dis die 93 van Altenstein wat deurkom met die nummer 6 daar van Hankoch Brand kort op sy hakke. En dan die 41 van Reino Koertse wat gaan deurkom om klaar te maak in die vierde plek. Gevolg deur die 33 daar van Driekus van Dijk. Pragtige wedren hierso vir die heavy metal manne gewees. En Kosie Weyers wat wegstap daar met die wen in die eerste plek. In die tweede plek is dit Altenstein. Hankoch Brand wat klaar maak in die derde plek. En ek moet sê, Gary, Reino Koertse in die vierde posisie, nie sleg vir 'n man wat geen slaap deesdae kry. Maar dit is van Baba Mia Ney, so 'n bietjie minder as 'n maand gelede. Wel dan, Choma.
Yeah, nice that he's actually driving the car himself again. I know he made it nice for the man that's helped him to put the car together, give him a chance to ride with it with Mr. Van der Walt. But yeah, it's his chance to go out there with the car. And well, I'm sure he's had a big smile from race number 1 right through till now. I think he'll lose that smile tomorrow when he tries to turn that muddy car back into what he brought here earlier on this afternoon.
Mag hierdie man nog 'n lekker groot hande klap. Julle wenner in die heavy metal finaal, die 47 van Kosie Weyers.
got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who
All right, it's the Hot Rods out on circuit. Hot Rods sponsored by Weskus Ovaltrack. So on the front row of the grid, it's Nicky Kuchlenberg. Alongside him is Mario Verwey, ex 2.1 SA champion, ex regional champ, ex Tigerberg Raceway champion. First time he's back out in a decent car for a long, long time.
Doe voor je zijn vlag wat val daar zo van die lijn af komen en dit is sy daar so. Hulle is saam hier in die hoofpijlvak af in die eerste draai en dit is Nicky wat hulle gaan lei. Daar ook naar die binnenkant toe duik Mario en daar saam met hom is Gabriel Gelderblom. En hulle sit daar voor Christian Miller, Tertius van Tonder en nou Tiaan Kloete aan die agterkant van die pak. Maar aan die voorkant Nicky wat hom laat wag nie, hy begin 'n gaping trek daar op Mario. Maar Mario in die moeilikheid wat ons het gesien wat Gabriel Gelderblom kon doen.
Gabriel Gelderblom and with Nicky Kuchlenberg. And right now Mario Verwey is battling to be able to run there with Nicky Kuchlenberg.
Mario Verwey wat sit daar in die tweede posisie sukkel om kers vashou daar by Nicky Kuchlenberg. Hy word gejaag daar deur Gabriel Gelderblom. Gelderblom wat baie druk op hom toepas. Daar sou nou gaan hy duik vir die binnekant en deur glip Gabriel Gelderblom. Aan die binnekant van Mario Verwey is Gelderblom. Verwey wat weer terugsak aan die derde plek toe. En dan is dit Christian Miller wat sy hande vol het daar met Tertius van Tonder Junior wat sit daar in die 444 Audi. En agter hulle Tiaan Kloete. Kloete aan die agterkant van die pak daar so, maar intussen is die man aan die voorkant in die Pick n Pay Ford Fiesta. Die 62 van Nicky Kuchlenberg aan die voorkant van die pak. Gabriel Gelderblom in daai tweede posisie met Mario Verwey wat sit daar in die derde plek. Daai drie op hulle in die voorkant. Die groot geveg is daar tussen 4de, 5de en 6de tussen Miller, Van Tonder en Tiaan Kloete.
Nicky Kuchlenberg undoubtedly to set the pace here today. Gabriel Gelderblom looking exceptionally good. That car definitely doesn't like the wet, but it definitely works very well in the harder, drier situation that it finds itself now. That car belonging to the Chris Liebenberg stable. And, well, I tell you what, anybody can drive that car. I think it's got a very competitive car underfoot, slowly but surely getting away from Mario Verwey. And that just ahead of Miller, and that just ahead of Van Tonder.
Ja, daar voor Van Tonder sit Christian Miller. Miller wat al beter en beter gaan met daai nummer 70 kar wat hy daar het. Maar hier is moeilikheid van Nicky Kuchlenberg. Die Gelderblom is besig om nader en nader te kruip. Amper aan die binnekant deur geglip. Net nie genoeg krag gehad om deur te glip daar so nie as Tiaan Kloete wat van die baan aftal daar so sy bumper wat afgekom het. En gelukkig stop hy daar net voor die Marshalls stand daar in die uitgang van Kuipendraai. Maar hierdie geveg vir eerste en tweede nog lank nie verby nie. Kuchlenberg van baie druk van Gabriel Gelderblom.
Oh, Gabriel Gelderblom has got 2 straights and 2 corners left to maybe dethrone the man that's led just about every single lap in this class. He has a look up on that inside line, but Nicky Kuchlenberg, I think, is doing it all the way to the end of this race as neat and tidy as he possibly can. Gabriel Gelderblom onto the infield. Nicky Kuchlenberg will win it. Gabriel Gelderblom will come through in second. Then it is Mario Verwey, Tertius van Tonder, and then Miller coming through behind that. Christian Miller coming up at the tail end of the field. We lost one car off onto the infield. That was Tiaan Kloete. Although Tiaan Kloete has had a pretty good race meeting today.
I know the
As die wenner van die hot rods van die baan af gaan, Nikki Koeglenberg, is die dames wat op die baan optrek, die LG Towing Pink Rods. En Sandra Becker wat op pole posisie staan aan haar buitekant, die 25 Value Cars Golf daar van Trishka Lou. En in die derde posisie die tweede Value Cars Golf daar van Desiree Luiters. Aan haar buitekant die nummer 8 van Alonso Picard. Antipoppy, Aniek van Eden wat sit daar so in die 5de plek, aan haar buitekant Ilana Pretorius en die 29 van Amy Besuidenhout wat van die agterkant van die pak af gaan kom. Die doel vir SA vlag wat gereed gemaak word hierso vir hulle. Gary, kyk of jy hulle van die lyn af kan kry.
LG Towing big stocks for the finals. Can the two value cars in second and third hold on to a top 3? Well, Alonso Picard's the biggest problem for them. Alonso Picard gets good drive. Alonso Picard off the line. She's going to come in between the two teammates. The value cars sitting in second and fourth position. It's Sandra Becker that leads them out. The one Sandra Becker's at the front on a hard, dry surface. I don't believe there's hardly anybody that can give her a really good run for her money.
Maar wat gaan probeer is die dame wat sit daar in die tweede plek, is die 25 van Trishka Lou. Lou sit daar so in die tweede posisie. Sit 'n klein foutjie gemaak in die uitgang van die Kuipedraai. Dit bring daar vir Alonso Picard nader. En saam met Picard daarso is die 17 van Desiree Luiters wat ook nader gekom het. Hulle begin wegtrek daarso van 5de plek dame. Dit is Aniek van Eden af. Sy sit op haar eie daarso in die 5de posisie voor Ilana Pretorius en Besuidenhout. Maar aan die voorkant Gary, soos jy gesê het, is dit Sandra Becker wat stadig maar seker begin wegtrek van die pak af.
Well, Alonso Picard was in the fourth highest points position. She now finds herself in third place. Depending on what the difference was in points going into the final, she might have driven herself into a trophy right now. But if the gap was too big and just one position up is not enough, she's going to have to make up yet another position. Can she go one further forward? That's a tall ask.
Ja, en dit gaan 'n groot geveg kos daarso om verby Trishka Lou te kom. Ons weet dat Trishka kan baie vinnig hier om Weskus Ovaltrack wees. Sy is daar in die tweede posisie. Niemand van hulle het 'n antwoord vir die dame in die eerste plek nie. Dit is Sandra Becker wat nou al amper 'n kwart baan lengte voor die res van die veld is as sy daar deur die Kuipedraai kom. Lou sit in die tweede plek, dan Picard. Picard wat nie kan wegkom daar van Desiree Luiters af nie en 'n foutjie van Picard af kan 'n derde posisie gee daar aan Desiree Luiters. Dit is jou top 4 gevolg deur Aniek van Eden wat bietjie sukkel daar met die hantering uit die Kuipedraai uit, dan Ilana Pretorius en Amy Besuidenhout.
One of the best race meetings for a long time for Trishka Lou, looking very solid in that second position. And well, she's had this is her third good race for the day. Very few errors or tail wags at any given point, and they had been late on the brakes on numerous occasions where necessary, and it's all paid off because she finds herself second in the final, and she was the second highest point scorer going into the finals. So barring unforeseen circumstances, definitely in for a trophy tonight.
Ja, Desiree Luiters daar in tweede posisie, maar dit is sorry, Trishka Lou daar so. Desiree Luiters begin nou haastig raak daar agter Alonso Picard. Sy begin dink sy het meer pas onder haar voet, maar word teruggehou daar deur Alonso Picard as Becker nou daar verby Amy Besuidenhout skiet in die agterste pylvak om 'n ronde op haar te sit. Trishka Lou in die tweede plek. Alonso Picard wat nou 'n bietjie begin nader kruip daar aan Trishka Lou as hulle daar by die backmarker van Amy Besuidenhout gekom en met wyd gaan sit. Trishka Lou wat aan die buitekant gaan sit, maar sit vir Alonso Picard daar by haar en dit bring ook vir Desiree Luiters in die geveg in. Trishka Lou nie meer so gemaklik soos wat sy vroeër in hierdie wedren was nie.
Nope, not at all. The pressure's now starting to come from Sassy Lassie, and I think Alonso realizes she's in with a chance of maybe going just a little bit further forward. The traffic did help, but there's not going to be any further assistance from here on out. She's going to have to do it all by herself. The white flag comes out.
Dit vlag is eers die laaste ronde as die dames weg op die baan maak daar so. Sandra Becker wat hulle lei in die agterste pylvak. Vir die laaste keer gaan sy induik hier in die Kuipedraai in. Is die 95 van Becker wat hulle lei deur die Kuipedraai kom sy as sy daar by Ilana Pretorius uitkom. Dis Becker wat deurgaan die Die geruite vlag wat uitgekom daar vir Sandra Becker in die eerste plek, Trishka Lou in die tweede plek, Alonso Picard in die tweede posisie, in die derde posisie met Desiree Luiters in die vierde plek, gevolg daar deur Aniek van Eden, Ilana Pretorius en Amy Besuidenhout.
Well, a big thanks to all our class sponsors for this meeting. The AMS V8 sponsored by Being Assured, DSV Couriers for the heavy metals. The midget sponsored by Brits Construction. Tigerberg Pools for the 2.1s. Fiat Ovaltrack for the 1660s. The hot rods covered by Weskus Ovaltrack. Value cars for the stock rods. The pink stocks, LG Towing, and the rookies, LB Construction. And then a big thanks to Corsiveus from Snap Change, and also to Jean Meyer from N2 Towing Workshops and Panel and Spray for making the live streaming possible for us. Right, here we go with the final for the midgets, sponsored by Brits Construction. Let's hope that everybody keeps it on all fours and it all goes well. Francois Boertes, to my mind, winning his first outright race with that car on this circuit. That in the softer, wetter, less traction conditions earlier on.
It would be his first win in the A class. He has won races when it was still the B class, But obviously with them racing as one class now, that's his first win amongst what would be considered A class cars. So let's have a look here and see what happens in the final. Skalk Swart, the man on pole position. The flag's going to go down. Nope, the clock of the course says, That is not how we're going to start a race. Did you guys learn absolutely nothing from heat number 2?
No. I don't think so. You must remember, this is highly competitive. Every little inch that you can pick up on the takeoff going down to turn number 1 makes a big difference. And there's not a lot of passing that goes down in this class due to the fact that they're all so close to one another. So it's crucial to get in and out of turn number 1 as quick as you possibly can and get that track position correct right from the start.
100%, especially with the cars that are all A-class cars. So Skalk, Cameron, Vessel, and Anton. Those cars are all super lightweight. They're all very light. They are all, they've all got the same power from the Toyota Beams motors. Somebody like Boertes and Emil with the proper steel B-class cars, different gearbox. Those cars are a lot heavier. So the wetter circuit suits them and they're able to play around with these guys. But on these dry, hard surfaces, those A-class cars are going to be in a completely different league. And all 4 of those cars are equal on pace. The drivers are equal on ability. So it's all going to be who gets into that corner first at the start of the race. And that's why they're all super eager to get onto the power.
So you're saying Francois Boertes is on a slide hiding to nothing on this harder, drier surface, starting on that outside line. It's going to be, oopsie, is Skalk going to the back of the pack?
Yeah, they're sending him to the back of the pack. He is the pace setter, and he was already getting on the power as well. Even though everybody was on the power, you as the pace setter, you're supposed to keep them back. So if you hold back and the rest jump, you're safe. But if you as the pole sitter are part of the problem of jumping, everybody's trying to keep up with your pace, so you are ultimately the pace setter, and if you jump the flag, then they're going to have to send you to the back.
But then, in fact, Cameron Nettling should stay one back. That position
Yes,
should then be kept open it's not right for him to then go alongside the way they are now.
Ja.
Because that's then a disadvantage for everybody else, and Marius is seeing that. Marius shows him, keep that spot open. You cannot go alongside Francois Bottas, and Cameron Neethling, I don't think, realizes that he's in the incorrect situation there, and he's just moved one position up, and that, in fact, I'll be surprised if they let this race start because it's incorrect.
Marius just showed to Cameron he needs to keep that position open. Some drivers talking to the officials here from the side of the track as well. I think they're going to start him, and then they'll just penalize him afterwards, because there's no way to stop these guys on the circuit and tell them, hey, you need to keep it open, because these guys don't have clutches. They need to be push-started. So I think they're going to start them. SA flag is up high. The flag goes down, and you'll probably find that Neethling will be handed a penalty. But Neethling gets a good start. Bottas is right in there. The Vessel's got a duck and dive, as is Anton Lloyd in there. Skalk Swart already up into that fifth position, as Emile Guillaume cannot keep up with those A-class cars.
Keep an eye on Francois Bottas in that second position. Can he keep them racked, packed and stacked? Maginot line behind him. This is going to be, Vesselrama had a little on the inside. Francois Bottas riding the wheels off what is in real terms a Class B midget. A masterful drive so far by Bottas.
Ja, Francois Bottas wat 'n briljante wedren doen daar so na tweede posisie om manne soos Skalk Swart en Vesselrama en Anton Lloyd te hou. Maar Vesselrama later die brekker gaan sit dwars aan die buitekant neer. Glip Vesselrama, dit mag dalk net genoeg wees daar om vir Bottas te aansettel, want hier kom Anton Lloyd aan die binnekant daar van Francois Bottas, maar Bottas van die derde posisie vashou.
Anton Lloyd backs out of it as the line gets closed off, so Cameron Neethling that moved up onto the front row of the grid, didn't leave the box open, used the opportunity to up dust and disappear. By the time Vesselrama got through, it was too late. There's a big gap between himself and Vesselrama. Can Vessel close him down? I think that gap's just a little bit too big for even the likes of Vesselrama to close it down. Francois Bottas from Anton Lloyd from Skalk Swart.
Ja, Skalk Swart wat huidiglik sit daar in die vyfde posisie, wat nie daar verby Anton Lloyd kan kom nie. Hy kan redelik kwaad wees vir daai jump start, want dit sit nou reg aan die agterkant van hierdie baie kompeterende pad. Cameron Neethling lei hierdie wedren, maar jy gaan nie weer vind dat Cameron gaan daar 'n penalty kry vir daai enetjie. Tweede op hierdie stadium is Vesselrama, gevolg daar deur Francois Bottas wat briljant doen na 'n paar baie vinnige manne soos Anton Lloyd en Skalk Swart agter hom te hou. Swart laat hom weer reg by Anton Lloyd. Agterkontak is die twee van hulle, maar briljante karbeheer tussen daai manne as hulle kry op die derde, vierde en vyfde.
Skalk Swart can have a look up now on the inside of Anton Lloyd. Oh, he just works his way through. He didn't give Anton Lloyd the opportunity to go one way or the other. Guillaume going slower, but not going off the circuit straight away. And, the guys going left and right. That was a very close call. In fact, Skalk Swart, I think, almost touched Guillaume, and Guillaume stands now in a very dangerous position.
Geruite vlag kom uit vir Cameron Neethling in die eerste plek. Wat het gaan vat in die tweede plek. In die derde posisie, 'n briljante wedren vir Francois Bottas, vir Skalk Swart en Anton Lloyd. En 'n DNF dan daar vir Emile Guillaume. Maar wat 'n finale wedren vir hierdie midget klas. Cameron Neethling wat klaarmaak in die eerste plek, tweede daarso Vesselrama, derde briljante wedren vir daai B-klas van Francois Bottas saam met die A-klas manne. Skalk Swart wat ook 'n briljante verbysteek gedoen het daar op Anton Lloyd om klaar te maak in die vierde plek met Lloyd in die vyfde posisie.
change, even if I want to realize. 'Cause I've been sitting here, same old ways, taking off without the same mistake. Darling, where you going? It won't be as simple for you. Time won't change anything if I don't know how to be. The current that pushed against the tide. Maybe once, maybe twice, turned around to save the time. Now I know how to leave the side. If I saw another day, only to scream into the night. Nothing ever tries to change, even if I want to realize. 'Cause I've been sitting here, same old ways, taking off without the same mistake. Can I leave it all behind? Follow all the leading signs. When the dark is growing and the light is closing in, darling, where you going? Won't be as simple for you.
When the night was closing in, I was alone and so afraid. Couldn't see the light. No. Then my world began to spin. Where's the beginning and where's my omega? Had to make it right. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside this glow, could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. That's so nice. Ain't gonna let it go. Let it go. No.
Tiger Pools 2.1 modifieds uit vir hulle finaal en is Pierre Kotse in die Vamos Motorsport Corsa daar op paalposisie aan sy buitekant die 63 Pick n Pay Fiesta van Reniel Koeglenberg. Dan is dit Brennan Green wat staan daar in die derde wegspringposisie aan sy buitekant is dit die Clio van JP du Plessis Jr. Pieter Meyer wat daar 5de wegspring aan sy buitekant 57 van Festus Lindström. Dan die Mini van Wynand de Goede aan sy buitekant. Het ons die Clio van CJ Mostert en Tertius de Kok aan die agterkant van die pak. Daar is die doel vir SA vlag wat gereed staan hier vir die pak in die uitgang van die Kuipedraai het almal daar so onmiddellik op die krag en 'n saamkomende idee is Kotse wat hulle gaan lei in die hoogpylvak af met Reniel Koeglenberg, Brennan Green en JP Jr. almal saam daarso. Green aan die binnekant af van Reniel Koeglenberg, maar hy is met hard op die remme klim. Dan is dit JP Jr. wat deurkom in sy binnekant. Dis Green en Du Plessis Jr. wat saam beklei daar vir derde en vierde, maar is Du Plessis aan die binnekant en hy glip op. Dis Du Plessis wat opskuif na die derde plek toe, Green wat terugsak vierde toe. As hulle almal daar vir Koeglenberg en Kotse jaag, dan Pieter Meyer, Lindström, De Goede, dan De Kok en CJ Mostert aan die agterkant van die pak. Pragtige wegspring hierso in die Tiger Pools 2.1 modifieds met Pierre Kotse wat hulle lei. Hy het onmiddellik reeds 'n groot wegspring of 'n groot voorsprong daar vir die res van die pak. Dan in die tweede plek is dit Reniel Koeglenberg met JP Jr, Green, dan Lindström, Meyer, De Goede, De Kok en Mostert aan die agterkant van die pak. As die pak het uitbeklei hierso vir die finaal in die 2.1 klas. Pierre Kotse is daar in die eerste plek, maar in die tweede plek is dit nou JP du Plessis Jr. Hy skuif op in die binnekant af van Reniel Koeglenberg met Brennan Green, Festus Lindström, Pieter Meyer. Dan is dit De Kok en De Goede wat uitbeklei daarso vir die tweede en derde laaste posisies. As Wynand de Goede met die Mini sit daar in die binnekant van die SLK, maar dit is die SLK wat opskuif. Nou Pieter Meyer wat terugkom in die binnekant af van Festus Lindström. In die uitgang van die Kuipedraai is dit Pieter Meyer wat opskuif daar na die vierde plek toe voor Festus Lindström. Dan Tertius de Kok, Wynand de Goede en CJ Mostert. Soos die rond is aftel hier in die finaal is dit die Corsa van Pierre Kotse wat begin wegtrek in die voorkant hier so die pers en geel Corsa van Pierre Kotse aan die voorkant. Hy sit 'n entjie daar voor in die 88 Renault Clio van JP du Plessis Jr. met Reniel Koeglenberg wat daar in die derde plek sit. Brennan Green wat net nie 'n antwoord het daarso om by Koeglenberg uit te kom vanaand nie. Hy sit daar in die vierde posisie, maar daai hele pak het weggebreek van vierde plek man af. Dis Pieter Meyer wat nou aangeval word daar deur Festus Lindström. Laat hom die breek aan die buitekant gesit. Lindström hy skuif op daar verby Meyer om op te beweeg daar na die vyfde plek toe. Pieter Meyer wat lekker met probleme het daar so iets wat nie lekker is daar vir hom nie. As hy dan verbygesteek word daar deur Tertius de Kok, dan is Wynand de Goede en CJ Mostert ook op pad na hom toe. Maar iets definitief fout daar vir Pieter Meyer as hy nou baie stadig sirkuleer in daai 535 Toyota staan het. Die wedren wat aangaan hier so, dit lyk my daar is geel ligte wat flits in die uitgang van die Pro Skills draai. As hierdie wedren aangaan, daar is geel ligte saam met die groen ligte aan. Maar hierdie wedren gaan aan. Dis Kotse wat hulle lei. JP Jr. in die tweede posisie as hy deurkom aan die binnekant van Pieter Meyer. Dan Reniel Koeglenberg in die derde plek. Hy kom nou onder druk daar van Brennan Green af. Brennan Green wil op die agterbamper van Reniel Koeglenberg sit daar soos die drie Vredenburg draai gaan die Pro Skills draai. Is dit Koeglenberg en Green vir derde en vierde. Gevolg daar deur Festus Lindström, De Kok, De Goede en Mostert. As hulle stadig maar seker ingehaal word daar deur Pierre Kotse. Stadig maar seker is hierdie wedren besig om aan te gaan. Die klerk van die baan wat nou sien na van die ligte wat aan is, maar die ligte wat nog steeds flikker, al is hulle gekoppel, is hierdie wedren besig om aan te gaan. Daar is Pierre Kotse lei aan die voorkant aan die 24 Corsa. Ver voor JP du Plessis Jr. daar die wit vlag kom uit vir Kotse, vir Du Plessis, vir Koeglenberg en Green. Dis hulle laaste ronde. Pieter Meyer wat stadig sirkuleer in die Toyota staan het. Hy het probleme daar. Festus Lindström begin sy laaste ronde. Nou ook Tertius de Kok maar Wynand de Goede word verbygesteek met die geruimte vlag vir hierdie man. Dis Pierre Kotse in die eerste plek, die wenner van die finaal. Meeste punte gehad voor die begin van die wedren. JP Junior kom maak klaar in die tweede plek. Reniel Koeglenberg derde. Brennan Green maak klaar daar in die vierde posisie in die 71 Corsa. Dan die 57 Corsa van Festus Lindstrom wat deurkom. Gevolg deur die SLK van Tertius de Kok. En volgende sal wees die 100 Mini van Wynand de Goede en die 331 Renault Clio van CJ Mostert. Gee die man 'n lekker aan 'n klap, 'n pragtige wedren vir hom gewees vanaand hier so, die 24 van Pierre Kotse.
Tell me something else. Tell me something else. Tell me something else. Tell me something else. Tell me something I don't already know. So bitch, but can't even shadow. And you like you wanna see a show. Asking me about things I can't let go. Bury me, kiss me out into the darkest stormy sea. Bury me, kiss me out into the darkest stormy sea.
WAT uitwerke 1660 finale doel vir SA vlag wat val en van Paul posisie af kom die nommer 4 van Wynand Miller, maar Quentin Venter aan die buitekant neer. Oh, en daar's kontak tussen Abdul Kader Dalwai en Wynand Miller en dit veroorsaak 'n hele ketting reaksie. Die geel vlag wat gaan uitkom vir daai ene. Geel vlag wat uitkom, full course yellow. Oh no my pono.
Well, Wynand Miller having had a brilliant night's racing so far and coming into this one pretty confident, having contact going off onto the infield. Luckily the car stays together all in one piece. Looks like nothing's wrong there whatsoever, and he can recover his position. If ever there was a chance for him to get a overall first for the evening, tonight is the night. He's the highest point scorer, but let's be fair, Quentin Venter of the second position in this pack, going to be very difficult to beat. Abdul Kader on the second row with his dad Salim on the outside of that. The two of them stupendously quick. On a normal night, Salim Delvai will clean up anybody. On a normal night, Abdul Kader will clean up anybody. Well, Adam Meyer having a pretty good night's racing, although he is only the 5th highest point scorer. It must be marginal, because given half a gap, he'll climb in there as well. If Wynand Miller can ride his best race of his career, he can win this. but he's going to have a lot of pressure and he's going to have to really, really be millimeter perfect to have the highest points going into this and come out at the front.
Ja, definitief 'n kandidaat vir drywer van die dag. Daarso is Wynand Miller. Kom ons kyk wat hy kan maak hierso vanaf daai voorste ry aan sy buitekant. Daarso vir Quentin Venter, Abdul Kader Dalwai en Salim Dalwai sy aan sy. Dan het ons vir Valhalla Meyer en Skalk van Weshuizen. Daar's ligte kontak tussen Meyer en van Weshuizen daar, maar almal kom skoon weg hierdie keer. En dit is Quentin Venter wat hulle lei. Daar's Miller wat nog sit aan die buitekant af van Salim Dalwai. Deur die draai daar's ligte kontak tussen Miller en Salim Dalwai, maar hulle almal kom daar veilig deur. Dis Venter van Dalwai, van Miller, van Abdul Kader Dalwai. Dan is dit Valhalla Meyer, Skalk van Weshuizen en Jacques Pieterse.
Salim Dalwai on a good night, as I said, can take on anybody, anywhere, anytime, as can Abdul Kader. But you cannot get around Quentin Venter that easily. And if you do get past him, he's just going to fight to get back past you again. It's not a case of once you passed him, you can say, bye-bye, Quentin. It doesn't work like that. He's accustomed to fighting for every single millimeter of track out there.
Dis 'n groot geveg wat oorby by die einde van die wedren tussen Venter en Salim Dalwai. Abdul Kader Dalwai sal graag wil betrokke raak by daai geveg om soveel as moontlik punte bymekaar te maak vir die klubkampioenskap en vir vanaand se wedrenne, maar daai twee aan die voorkant net 'n rapsie te vinnig vir hom tussen Venter en Salim Dalwai. Abdul Kader Dalwai daar in die derde posisie, dan Wynand Miller in die vierde plek, gevolg deur Valhalla Meyer, Skalk van Weshuizen en Miller gaan raak aan hy nat grond. Dit sit hom in 'n tol en gelukkig is Jacques Pieterse wat hom net betyds mis.
He got picked up and turned completely sideways there. Luckily, Peters that didn't end up hitting him on the right-hand back wheel. So let's hope that he can get that one going again. And you'll probably find he'll be reinstated into his position. But let's leave that to the clerk of the course. So Peters at the tail end of the field. Quentin Venter, Salim Dalwai, Abdul Kader Dalwai, Valhalla Meyer. Then we'll have to see what happens with the Pro Skills car now. Wynand Miller. Was he turned sideways or did he lose it initially by himself? And then the contact with the car behind him just happened because of his error. That's where the clerk of the course has got to make the decision. Be it easy or difficult, he's got to make the call.
Yeah, is they showing Wynand Miller to go to the back of the pack? Because just before the camera panned away, you could see him actually touch that wet patch there. That grabbed a hold of that front right wheel and it first yanked him back towards the inside of the field. He tried to overcorrect it and that's what sent him packing into the wrong direction and eventually spun him around.
Probably going to make up some positions from there. Green flag is up high. All right, here we go. Can you beat Quentin Venter from here? Well, your name's Salim or Abdul Kader Dalwai. I suppose you're in with a chance. But if they're going to beat Quentin Venter, they're going to have to leave one another alone because Quentin Venter will make use of Abdul and Salim fighting it out for second and third. And he'll get a bit of a gap and then you won't go off. Abdul Kader goes into the old man from behind and says, come on, Pops, you got to go. This Venter guy is kind of quick up front.
So much for your theory of the Dalwais leaving each other alone for this one. They're holding each other up. And this is great news there for Quentin Venter, who's leading this one. He caught a little bit of a breather now, but now Salim Dalwai is all over the back end of Quentin Venter's golf as they go down the back straight into pit corner. It's Venter from Dalwai. Dalwai is late on the brakes. He goes right up to the back bumper there as they're all together coming out of pit corner. Salim Dalwai is right down the case of Venter, but he's also got to defend from the attacking Abdul Kader Dalwai in third. And all of this is playing out right there in front of fourth place man Valhalla Meyer.
It makes you wonder, do they share the surname or are they actually family because they're racing one another very hard out there. Quentin Venter will back the one into the other if he can and make them fight it out. But it's all systems go. It's as hard as you can possibly go out there. Even the likes of Valhalla Meyer is stretched to the nth degree. The track, as we said, being so wet earlier on will compact into a perfect surface, and you can hear by the revs of the cars as they come past us, they're revving very, very high with the amount of grip there is.
Yeah, a lot of grip out there. Brilliant racing out here in the VRT Houtwerke 1660s. White flag is out. This is the last lap for anybody to do anything. to try and make up positions. Quinton Venter leads them out there in the 77 Golf. Then it's Salim and Abdul Qadir Dalwai in second and third. Abdul Qadir is going to try and make a move. He makes slight contact with the back bump of his dad. Through the final corner they come. The top three. It's Venter from Dalwai. Quinton Venter takes the win. Salim Dalwai second. Abdul Qadir Dalwai third. Followed by Valjana Meyer. Then Skalk van der Westhuizen, Jacques Pieterse. And problems for Wynand Miller. The bad luck just keeps on coming in the final as he works his way to the checkered flag just in time to actually be classified a finisher out here in the 1660 final.
Well, he was the highest point scorer going into the final. At least he's now not on a DNF, but will score 4, 5, 6, 7 points less than Quinton Venter. Is it enough to keep him in the top three?
He'll actually score considerably less, because keeping in mind this is also a regional a regional race, and the point under due for SA, your heat points are different to your final points. The final points are 24 for the win, and then I think it drops down to 20 for second position, and then 18, 16 to a point where it starts dropping down 1 point. So this might just have cost Wynand Miller quite a bit tonight.
But remember, they might score it separately on regional level and then for club points as such.
No, that is the point system under due for SA. Done, klar, finish. Can't change it.
West Coast Service Centre will be pretty proud of that 77 Golf. He looked very, very in control of the whole night's racing. Came out tops in the final, and I think he'll be smiling broadly for the rest of this week.
Be insured, 4 Amerikaanse sedan klas vir hulle finaal. Etienne Olivier wat sukkel om die 37 aan die gang te kry. Daar kry hom nou in die gang. Probleme wat opgeduik het daar vir Leon de Jager en Jean Verwy deur die loop van die aand, en dit los ons met Tian Lou. Dwayne Prinsloo het ook probleme opgetel in die vorige uitdaging. Sal moet sien of daai hanteringsprobleme nou uitgesorteer is. Chris van der Westhuizen wat in is daar so met die Ford Sierra. En dan Etienne Olivier wat sit daar in daai 37 flexie. Olivier wat op die tweede lyn gaan wegspring in hierdie wedren. Prinsloo in die derde posisie met Chris van der Westhuizen. Doe vir SA vlag gereed hier vir hulle. Vlag wat val van die lyn af kom met Tian Lou wat nie te lank gaan wag daarso aan daai voorkant nie. Hy gaan dadelik begin wegtrek daarso. Daai krag belaglik vinnig revs optel en al daai krag neersit hierso. Gaan sit heel dwars daar in die Cape draai. Is Tian Lou in die eerste plek. Etienne Olivier in die tweede posisie. Daai kar het 'n Straight 6 Skyline engine as ek dit nie mis het nie. Die X-Fafa treater kar. in die hande daar van Etienne Olivier. Dan is dit Dwayne Prinsloo in die derde posisie met Chris van der Westhuizen in die vierde plek. Niemand hier gaan 'n antwoord hê vir hom aan die voorkant, die Tiaan Lou wat uit is daar so die 777. Daai kan natuurlik 'n ex Benny de Bruin kar in die hande daar van Tiaan Lou. Baie veranderinge gedoen aan die kar, maar ja, in 'n klas van sy eie hier vanaand in daai 777. Dan die volgende kar wat gaan deurkom is die 37 van Etienne Olivier. Hy word gejaag daar deur Dwayne Prinsloo. Prinsloo se probleme lyk my is uitgesorteer daar met die hantering van daai kar. Dit is baie meer egalig teenoor die vorige Aiden na daai kontak wat hy gehad het. En hy sit in daar in die derde posisie. Chris van der Westhuizen in die Sierra. Ongelukkig geen antwoord wat hy het hier om by die ouens voor hom te bly nie. Hy sit daar in die vierde posisie. Olivier in die moeilikheid want Dwayne Prinsloo is haastig. Prinsloo is haastig. Hy sit aan die buitekant. Gaan hy probeer om 'n skuif te maak. Hulle sy aan sy en nie draai in. Maar Olivier wat net genoeg doen daar so om vas te klou aan daai tweede posisie. Out of pit corner they go. It is Etienne Olivier and Dwayne Prinsloo. That's the battle for second and third. Tiaan Lou is all on his lonesome up at the front in the 777. Half a lap ahead of these guys coming down here now. Olivier makes a mistake. He leaves the door open. Prinsloo tries to dive, but it was just too little too late for him to do anything. Just could not get his nose up there, and now he's got to drop back at the exit of a pit corner as they battle it out there for second and third with Van der Westhuizen down in fourth. Tiaan Lou starts his last lap, and now coming through the Vredenburg corner, it's Etienne Olivier to start his last lap along with Dwayne Prinsloo, and then Chris van der Westhuizen. He's coming out of a Vredenburg corner now to start his last lap. Uit die laaste draai kom jou voorloper, die geruite vlag wag vir hom is Tiaan Lou wat in die eerste plek klaarmaak in die 777 kar. Briljante wedren vir Tiaan Lou daar in die eerste plek. In die tweede plek, hierdie geveg is nog nie oor nie. Dis Olivier en Prinsloo. Wie gaan dit wees? Etienne Olivier oor die lyn vir Dwayne Prinsloo in die derde posisie. Gevolg deur die vierde plek daarso in die Sierra van Chris van der Westhuizen. Pragtige wedren, gee maar lekker aan 'n klap as hy verbykom. Die kar lyk mooi, hy loop mooi, hy klink mooi. Tiaan Lou, die wenner van die finaal in die V8 klas.
Well, once again, a big thanks to all our sponsors. The rookies sponsored by LB Construction, LG Towing for the pink stocks, the stock rods, value cars, Weskus Ovaltrack for the hot rods, VRT Ovaltrack for the 1660s, 2.1 modified saloons, Tigerberg Pools, Brits Construction for the midgets, heavy met. In fact, well, the vet Brits that got married in the last week, so congratulations to the vet for Brits Construction. Heavy Metals, DSV Couriers, and Be Insured for the V8 AMSs. And then a big thanks to N1 Towing, Panel Beaters and Workshops, and also to Snap Change for getting involved once again with the live stream and making that one possible for us as well. Into Towing, and that's Jean Meyer, and then Quisiveas from Snap Change. And then to our two corner sponsors as well, Tigerberg Pools and Pro Skills, Young Mostert, and the Pro Skills team that's sponsoring the top corner for us as well.
Another big thanks to Boltfast here in Vredenburg. They came on board as a sponsor, and you'll see all the marshals on the infield received brand new luminous shirts today with the Weskus Oval logo and the Boltfast logo on it, and they also received luminous yellow caps. So our marshals being made visible out there thanks to Boltfast. A big thanks to them.
I must admit, I actually noticed it, but I wasn't 100% sure if it was like that before, and I was just too blind to see it. So, yeah, it definitely stands out. Talking about standing out, you got to be good if you want to stand out in the stock rod class. Chris Etzebeth in the 96 Tolly's Meat Market, the highest point scorer. On the outside of that will be Jonathan Pretorius in the 6 car. Then Fani van der Merwe. On the outside of that is Henny Oordendaal. Then Gareth van der Merwe, AJ Leroux, Nastasha Whitehorn, Gerard Lowe, and then the 22 of Genre Else coming off the tail end of the field. Started off with 13. Only ones that I don't see out there is the 116 of JP van Jaarsveld and Derek Tiart, the 5. I don't see Derek Tiart out there either. I think pretty much. And then Hannes Botha, the 25. I don't see him either.
Doe vir sy vlag wat nou val en uit die kuip draai, kom hulle almal saam daar, so is ietsie met hulle lei, gevolg daar deur Jonathan Pretorius. Hy het 'n briljante naweek gehad en dis ver toe om in daai tweede posisie weg te spring. Saam met hom daar so sit Fanny van der Merwe, dan is dit Henny Odendaal, maar die geel vlag wat gaan uitkom, die klerk van die baan wat nie gelukkig is met daai wegspring nie. Klomp manne wat uit posisie uit was en al dwars gesit het in die draai voor die vlag geval het en die klerk van die baan wat sê nee, ons gaan maar weer probeer.
So you say it was slightly scruffy just before the flags went down.
Ek kan 'n ander Afrikaanse woord
Okay,
gebruik.
let's just say very scruffy and leave it at that.
Die woord vir 'n de mekaar spul in Afrikaans is hoe ek dit sal beskryf.
Dis deur mekaar. So, Chris Etzebeth recovers the front end of the grid. Can he get the whole shot down into one? Jonathan Pretorius has been blindingly quick tonight. You can see the battle scars on both sides of that motor car. AJ LaRue not where he would like to be, not where he's accustomed to be, a wholly further back than where he deserves to be. Another person that hasn't had a great outing for all in heat. No, heat number 2 was fine. Heat number 1, Nastasha Whitehorn, just did not work out for her whatsoever. Wrong place, wrong time. It was just a nightmare. And now she finds herself with the 7th highest points and on the 4th row of the grid with a couple of very quick car driver combinations in front of her.
A lot of mixed fortunes out there. The green flag is up high and away we go for the second time in the Stockrot final. It's Itzebeth from Pretorius, from Van der Merwe, then Odendaal. Here comes Gareth Van der Merwe and AJ LaRue, all of them in there. That is your top 6 as they go through there alongside Nastasha Whitehorn, Gerrit Lowe and then Genre Else. But at the front, Itzebeth is wasting no time to get away as Gerrit Lowe dives up on the inside of Gareth Van der Merwe.
Finally, Van der Merwe got a little bit of rub there from behind from Henny Odendaal as they went hard into the corner. AJ LaRue trying to close up and put the pressure on. Chris Etzebeth seems to have some very good straight line speed as he comes out of the corner, gets the power down pretty well on this surface, and I don't think he's going to have a problem to stay at the front. Finally, Van der Merwe gets another nudge there from Odendaal. Both of them turn sideways. This is going to get rough. In fact, it is rough already.
Ja, dit is klaar baie rof daar buite tussen hierdie twee manne. As Jonathan Pretorius een van sy beste wedrenne het daar so in daai tweede posisie. Van der Merwe wat sit daar in die derde plek, gevolg daardeur Henny Odendaal. Dan sit AJ LaRue, Nastasha Whitehorn, Gerrit Lowe. Van der Merwe wat probeer inkom in die binnekant daarso van Jonathan Pretorius. Hulle is daar reg by mekaar, ligte kontak. Dis 'n Pretorius en Van der Merwe. Van der Merwe wat hom nie uitlos nie, is daar sy en sy. As hulle die hoofpylvak af van Pretorius wat glad nie terug staan nie. Hy sê ek gaan beklei vir hierdie posisie.
I think they're all prepared to fight for that position. I just hope that it doesn't end up with somebody going into the wall, because nobody is giving a millimeter for anybody. It's getting very rough, very hard, very tough out there. And wow, it's a very competitive class. It's very close, and you've got to be prepared to push and push hard. If you don't, you'll just fall down the pecking order.
Ja nee, as jy gaan redelik vinnig val daar so in hierdie pak as jy nie op die pas is hierso nie. Gepraat van iemand wat op die pas is, Chris Etzebeth op 'n pas van sy eie vanaand daar aan die voorkant. Niemand kan hom vang nie. Hy is los aan die voorkant in die 96 Volkswagen Fox. Dan sit Pretorius in die nommer 6. Dan die 177 van der Merwe. Hier kom Henny Odendaal, AJ LaRue, Nastasha Whitehorn, Gerrit Lowe en dan die twee agterste manne daar. Gareth Van der Merwe het probleme. Gareth Van der Merwe wat op sy eie in die ronde draai, verkeerde kant toe kyk. Ek hoop almal sien hom partyds raak. Die geel vlag wat gaan uitkom.
Luckily directly underneath a light standard, and that helped to highlight, because the car's not exactly very bright colors. That negates the lead of Chris Etzebeth from the 6 of Jonathan Pretorius, from the 177 of Fanny van der Merwe, and then also the 91 of Henny Odendaal and the 7 of AJ LaRue brings it all back together. Not sure how many laps there is still to go. It looks like they are pretty much in the correct positions. Yep, the thumbs up gets given. Gerard Lowe just hasn't had it all his way this evening, and probably points-wise, his worst result for a long, long time, without really doing anything wrong, not making mistakes as such. It's just it's not on the pace.
Ja, is definitief nie op die pas van die ander vanaand nie en jy kan seker wees die manne daar by Value Cars wat gaan groot kop krap om daai kar weer terug te kry op die pas met die res van die pak as Gerrit daar agter Nastasia sit. Ons sal moet kyk wat gebeur hier so in hierdie wedren.
Nastasia, another one that's not where you would expect it to be.
That's not Nastasia's car. Remember, that
Yeah.
is Tertia's Sien's car. So that's not her normal car that we see her racing. So
But then again, Stash will drive anything. She's one of those climb in and drive it.
You can drive anything, but if the car can't go as fast, it just won't go that fast.
Well, they're doing rubbing his racing before they even started this one. And that was Pretorius. That was up on the inside of Fani van der Merwe and rubbing on the beeper before the flag even went down. I hope that niggle doesn't turn into dents.
That is you're gonna find that these guys are not gonna be very happy because I mean Pretorius was supposed to start on the second position, so that was contact between the two of them before the flag even dropped. Fani van der Merwe was already up into second by the time they got to the flag, so yeah, that's why the full course yellow came out and the clock of the course immediately taking control of this race before anything goes wrong. Warning flag going out to the 177 of Fani van der Merwe.
So, being slowed down as they work their way around. It's as though you're going to get Chris Etzebeth to go with that new car of his. Jonathan Pretorius, the 177 of Fani van der Merwe. He's been showed to the back of the pack. Well, if there's enough laps left, he'll be able to catch up a good couple of positions because he is very, very quick. And there's not that many cars out there. So give it 3-4 laps, you'll probably make up even 3-4 positions at the pace that he can go.
Yeah, well, we know the pace that Fani can put out there as long as he sticks to the back end of the pack and then starts working his way through. Green flag, it goes down and away we go here at the start, or the restart of the Stockrod final. Etzebeth takes it off the line with Pretorius, Windal, LaRue, then Whitehorn, Low. Fani van der Merwe already up one position there on Jeandre Els. On the start here, and now he's got to fight to get past Gerrit Lowe and Nastasia Whitehorn. Well, first he's got to catch them, and then he can start passing. But up front, Chris Etzebeth, once again, starting to pull away.
In general, you say the names Gerrit Lowe and Nastasia Whitehorn, and very few people that could possibly get past people like that. But both of them battling for pace this evening. Chris Etzebeth up dust and disappear at the front end of the field. Pretorius in that second position. But behind that, well, it's anybody's game.
Ja, is enige iemand se kans daar so agter hulle, maar aan die voorkant Etzebeth wat begin wegtrek daar so Pretorius wat sy hande vol het want hy sit met Henny Oendal en AJ LaRue daar agter hom. Dan is dit Whitehorn van der Merwe daar verby Gerrit Lowe gekom het as Lowe net nie op die pas is vanaand met daai nommer 16 nie en dan aan die agterkant van die veld is Jeandre Els wat 'n halwe baanlengte agter die res van die veld is, maar kyk daar vir Henny Oendal, hy's reg op 'n agterbumper van Pretorius in die moeilikheid.
Oendal's looking very well. Pretorius runs it wide. Is that going to drift a lot of that pace off? Yes, it does. Oendal's going to try and stick it up on the inside. They try and keep enough space for one another. But Oendal definitely putting the pressure onto that second position. AJ LaRue now starting to get going and trying to work his way up into a top 3.
Ja, AJ LaRue wat graag wil terugkom daar so in die top 3. Hy het baie goed gedoen in die eerste eiden en die tweede eiden totale al gemis. En dit is hoekom hy so baie punte verloor het en so laag af begin het in hierdie pak. Hy sal graag soveel as moontlik punte wil opmaak om terug te kom in dit in. Hy sit daar in die 4de posisie agter Henny Oendal. As hulle albei daar agter Jonathan Pretorius sit, as hulle nou daar verby Jeandre Els gaan kom. Die wit vlag wat uitkom Gary. Die laaste ronde vir Etzebeth, vir Pretorius, Oendal en LaRue.
Fani van der Merwe's made up past Gerard Lowe. He's going to have a look now on Nastasia Whitehorn, but there's only 2 more straights and 1 more corner to go. It's all about Chris Etzebeth on the last, having a dive up on the inside, and all second, third and fourth, all making contact. FC bring them across the line.
Oor die lyn kom en dit is Chris Etzebeth wat die wen vat. Dan Pretorius Oendal wat kontak maak met die muur, maar hy kom oor in die derde plek, gevolg deur AJ Leroux, Natasha Whiteon, Gerrit Lou, gevolg deur Fanny van der Merwe en dan Jean-André Els wat oor die lyn kom. Wat 'n wedren hier in die Stokkerrad finaal, die laaste wedren vir die aand. Briljante aksie gewees, knap gedaan aan die man in die 96 Fox, Chris Etzebeth. Pragtige byeenkoms gewees vir Jonathan Pretorius, definitief sy beste byeenkoms. So baie geluk aan hom en dan Henny Oendal wat klaarmaak in daai derde posisie. Dis aan die einde van die wedrenne hierso. Ons sien julle weer terug by Weskus Ovalbaan op 15 April vir die volgende byeenkoms. Moet dit nie misloop nie. En natuurlik 'n volgende naweek kuier ons daar op Woester vir die jaarlikse Wynland Kampioenskap en die oudste kampioenskap in Suid-Afrika, die 58ste Wynland Kampioenskappe wat volgende naweek plaasvind, Vrydag en Saterdag op Mega Oval in Woester. Tot dan toe, pas julle self op. 'n Groot dankie aan almal wat gewerk het hier vanaand, die beamptes, die punthouers, die klankmense, ons livestream manne. Groot dankie aan Snapchange en N2 Motor City, John Meyer en sy span. 'n Groot dankie aan almal van julle. Brendan Leroux van die ambulans, die breakdown manne, almal van julle fantastiese werk om weer eens 'n fantastiese byeenkoms aan die gang te sit hier so by Weskus Ovalbaan. Van my kant af FC Nieuwoud, goeienaand.
From my side, Gary Fleming, thanks very much for joining us. Drive home safely and good night to you, one and all.